evening. Good evening. We'd like to call to order the meeting of the City Council of Palo Alto for the April 14, 2015 special meeting. Would clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Berman. Here. Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Filseth. Mayor Holman. Here. Councilmember Niss. Here. Councilmember Scharf. Here. Vice Mayor Schmidt. Here. Councilmember Wolbach. Here. 9 present.
Thank you. And this is the time when anybody who would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda, this would be the time for them to speak. We have no cards. So we will move on to tonight's action item, which is the hearing on Buena Vista Mobile Home Park Residents Association appeal of hearing officer's decision related to mitigation measures proposed by Buena Vista Mobile Home Park owner in connection with mobile home park closure application. I've asked the Vice Mayor to remind us of the scope of our considerations.
We are here this evening to hear an appeal by the Buena Vista Residents Association of the hearing officer's determination in the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park closure matter. Council's role in this hearing is to determine whether the hearing officer's decision, as it might be amended by the council, provides for a package of mitigation measures that are adequate to mitigate the adverse impact on the displaced residents, provided that the package does not exceed the reasonable cost of relocation. Once we have identified mitigations that meet this criteria, we must approve the closure application. We are not here to discuss whether closing the park is fair or the right thing for this community. The park is privately owned, and the owner has a right under state and local law to go out of business, provided that he mitigate impacts on displaced residents to the extent required by law. We are also not here tonight to discuss the hope and aspirations of many of the community that Buena Vista can be preserved for affordable housing. That is not within our jurisdiction tonight. We are aware that other community and neighborhood leaders are working toward that goal, and our city manager has informed us that he has set aside city funds, so at the right time, we can have that discussion here. Before we can turn our attention to those issues, we must first consider the closure application. We have an obligation to be neutral, unbiased, and fair, and to reach a decision based on the evidence before us. Only after this process is concluded can we participate in the broader community conversation regarding Buena Vista.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So just a few reminders from where we left off last night and a couple of carry forward items. So as you recall, last night we took all the public testimony. We will hear no public testimony this evening. We concluded that last night. Also, we ask that anybody here please refrain from any kind of outward expression of support or lack thereof. And actually, before we go on, if the interpreter could come to the mic and make sure that that's interpreted so that everyone understands that, if you would, please. So what we will be starting with this evening, go right ahead, thank you.
Por favor, restrinjan los aplausos y las expresiones de apoyo o de contradicción a lo que se está considerando aquí hoy. Gracias.
And this is so, sir. And this is so that everyone will have an even playing field and will not feel discouraged or encouraged.
Es para que todos tengan un campo equitativo e igual para todos y que nadie se sienta o animado o desanimado.
And we appreciate your consistency with that.
Agradecemos mucho que sean consistentes con eso.
Thank you very much. So where we left off last night is with the expert witness from the park owners. So you will have 10 minutes. Then we will go to hearing rebuttals from each attorney. So we will go back then to the residence attorney for rebuttal comments. You'll have 15 minutes. Then we'll go to the park owner's attorney for 15 minutes of rebuttal. Then we'll return to council for questions of attorneys, consultants, our city staff. So is your expert witness here, please?
Yes, Mayor. I'd
Yes.
like to introduce Mr. David Beccaria.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly to you this evening. I'm going to address 4 issues more just to clarify some of the issues that were brought to my attention earlier. First of all, I'll call it A, location issue. The Palo Alto location versus buyer's acceptance of park deficiencies. First of all, these homes largely are unable to be financed due to age and the fact that all the additions that were made to them have no permits. The dated homes in the subject park and the competing parks typically are not financeable. A look at the park history shows only 1 reported finance sale over more than a 20-year period. The typical transaction is an all-cash sale. The park has also very small pad sizes for the most part, except for one back section of the park. The infrastructure in the park is inferior and dated. This leaves the park in a situation where you're unable to replace the old homes with new manufactured homes. There are a few park model units in the park. However, they are not manufactured homes and are not able to be financed. Space rent also partially offsets location, and there's a lack of park facilities. The buyer's acceptance of these deficiencies is the location adjustment. It's embedded in the data. Homes in this price range are providing the most basic and lowest cost housing, which is true of all comparable park locations. Buyers in this price range are concerned primarily with basic shelter. This conclusion was drawn from the following information. First of all, we studied sales history in the park going back 20 years as published by not published by HCD, but HCD data published through Santiago Financial in the comp report. It showed no correlation at all with the Palo Alto residential market at any time in the past. Number 2, comparing in-park sales with sales in competing parks and nearby community did not show a premium for the Palo Alto location beyond the buyer acceptance of the park deficiencies and space rent differences. Number 3, we did a median sale price comparison for mobile home parks in Santa Clara County. Condominiums and townhouses in Palo Alto and single-family residents in Palo Alto were also analyzed by the appraisers. Clearly, no correlation was noted between the conventional housing and the mobile home park data in the park or outside the park. Number B, or letter B, in our standards of practice under USPAP 2012-13, which governed this appraisal assignment, 7-4, we have to collect, we have to verify, and then and only then can we analyze data. Market data is collected and then verified, and it can only be utilized after it has been confirmed. Now, we have an unusual situation in here in that the MLS isn't handling the sales for the most part. I think we only found maybe 2 sales that were on MLS. So we turn then to the HCD data as published by the comp report by Santiago Financial. And we looked at that data, and then we looked at that data and remembered that that data has a lot of holes in it often, in that oftentimes the data isn't reported through that data service or it's tardy in getting there. So we called Santiago Financial. We spoke with Byron Levering, who is their IT person that manages the data bank, and had him research going back 20 years to get a list of all the homes that had sold in the park that were verified through HCD. And we have that in our file. And it's in every report. We also cast a wide net because we figured that a lot of the data is not going to be in that data bank. And we put a park questionnaire out in both English and Spanish, trying to gather in as much information as we could. Two of the questions in that questionnaire were, when did you buy your home and what did you pay for it? And also, what improvements have you made to the home and are they permitted? We didn't get a lot of those back. Mostly we did not get them back, and we repeatedly asked for them. We conducted as many as 40 trips to the park. We posted those notices on the doors multiple times asking for that information. The data bank for manufactured housing is weak. The two primary data sources, as I mentioned, are MLS and the comp report. MLS is largely not utilized by market participants for the park. The comp report is often tardy in reporting the information they retrieve from the state HCD and an overall weakness in the data bank, and I cannot fix that other than the steps that we took. C, the principle of change. Appraisal reports are based upon an effective date. They are based primarily upon all available market data as of the effective date. It is simply a reflection of buyer-seller interaction in the marketplace. As time passes, the pertinent data changes as new sales enter the data bank. Since the time of the assignment in early 2013, prices have increased. Again, prices have increased. If the appraisal reports are completed today, the valuations are likely to be significantly higher. The market's gone up. And then there's that last issue on the hypothetical condition. We chose a hypothetical condition to forgive the unpermitted additions. If I would have chosen an extraordinary assumption, to release the extraordinary assumption, I would have to get verification that the additions were permitted. I would have to have some proof of permitting. So I would have valuations floating nebulously in the air that I couldn't even release to the client. The hypothetical condition tells the truth. The permits are not, the additions are not permitted. So that's the truth being conveyed. And if you know something to be true, you have to make it a hypothetical condition. The definition is a condition directly related to a specific assignment which is contrary to what is known by the appraiser to exist on the effective date of the assignment results, but is used for the purpose of analysis. It would have been misleading for us to use an extraordinary assumption because we knew that it was true that they were not permitted. I tell the truth in my appraisal reports. Anything that even hints at not being the truth, I avoid. So we chose a hypothetical condition for those reasons. I believe it's the correct way to go. I would do the reports again in the same manner and same fashion as I did previously. The only difference today is time. The data bank now is more complete, and also there's a whole new set of data for the comparable sales we would select outside the park. In regards to the valuation, the issue of the hypothetical condition and the unpermitted additions is mute to the park residents because they were included in the valuation with forgiveness of the issue. I want to just finish, and then I'm done. The issue of permitting seems to be largely ignored by market participants because these homes typically are not financeable, require cash from buyer to seller, and most importantly, buyers in this price range are concerned mainly with basic shelter in an area sorely lacking affordable housing alternatives. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you, and you do have a minute and a half left, should you want to use it.
I end my time.
Okay.
I don't have anything more to
Thank
say.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I will be doing this periodically. I'm looking to our city staff to see if you have any comments now that we've reached kind of a threshold. We've heard from both attorneys and both expert witnesses. Do you have any comments that you want to make?
I do not at this time. It might be appropriate to move to the attorneys for rebuttal, but it is my understanding that council may wish to question the attorneys and their experts, and so I hope that folks are planning to remain available for that as the evening wears on.
Yes, I'm sure there will be questions. So now we move to the park residents attorney team for rebuttal, and you will have 15 minutes. I'm sorry, you need to come to the microphone so we can hear.
Is it okay if we get just 2 minutes to discuss the comments that were just made by the expert? Thank you.
Sure, yes. So just let us know when you're ready.
Okay. I'm ready to go.
Thank you.
So thank you again for your time this evening. Again, my name is Nadia Aziz. I'm with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, and we represent the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park Residents Association. So I'd like to make a few comments in response to the park owner's presentation last night. And I'd like to also discuss what our ask is of the City Council. So the park owner last night made arguments regarding related to the Constitution. So both state and the Palo Alto ordinance require that the park owner mitigate the negative impacts of the park closure before the park can be closed. And state law requires this because of the unique nature of mobile home parks. They're a unique form of home ownership where you own a mobile home but rent space. And California recognizes that it's one of the last bastions of housing and home ownership opportunities for low-income individuals. So because of this, if a park owner wants to close a park, they must mitigate the negative impacts. And Palo Alto's ordinance specifically protects the property interests of the park owner by allowing the park owner to ask for either a partial or complete exemption to requiring relocation assistance by showing that providing relocation would substantially limit the park's reasonable use or economic value. So that really is to protect the park owner's property rights and to protect their constitutional rights as well. The park owner also talked about the reasonable cost of relocation, how the mitigation assistance should not exceed the reasonable cost of relocation. The ordinance specifically describes what the park owner needs to do to mitigate the negative impacts of the park closure. The ordinance specifically lists the requirements, including providing comparable replacement housing. And so the term reasonable cost of relocation is not defined in the ordinance, but is in the ordinance in relation to what the ordinance anticipates the park owner providing. So it anticipates that comparable replacement housing is going to be reasonable. Because reasonable cost of relocation is not defined in the ordinance, we can look to state law. And state law looks at replacement housing as reasonable. So when we're talking about reasonable cost of relocation, replacement housing is contemplated by both the ordinance and by state law to be a reasonable mitigation cost. The park owner's arguments last night also ignored that the ordinance really looks at what it takes to move to comparable housing and not the appraised value. And the park owner really continues to abdicate their responsibility to come up with a plan to allow residents to move to comparable housing. For example, the park owner's presentation mentioned HCD sales. However, that data was not provided as part of the relocation impact plan. And if such housing does exist, if the HCD sales reflect there are comparable places that residents can move, they need to be identified as part of the plan. That's what the ordinance requires, a plan to allow residents to move to comparable housing. We still don't know where comparable housing is. The park owner during the presentation last night tried to show you what's not comparable, but they haven't really described what comparable means. And that's why the ordinance requires a plan. That's why analysis needs to be done as to what constitutes a comparable community. Where are the sales? Where are those mobile home parks? How are sales made? Where can families go to try to find these comparable mobile homes? And again, it's hard to determine whether or not this assistance is going to allow residents to move to comparable housing when we don't even know what the assistance is. We have no numbers right now, and we don't know. And that's very problematic considering that this is the final decision that the residents will have. The park owner also showed you some mobile homes, and this was to, and these mobile homes really are not reflective of the vast majority of housing available at Buena Vista, or housing that exists at Buena Vista. These really shouldn't be what the park owner showed you really should not determine what the values of the homes are. You know, there's a reason that the ordinance asks for appraisals to be done. And you have not only the park owner's appraisal, but our critique of the park owner's appraisals and methodology. And that should really be what you should use in trying to determine what the values of the mobile homes in the park are. The park owner also talked about the rent subsidy that is available to residents. This is the 1-year rent differential. And again, they discussed why most of the mobile homes are small and should only be, and that's why a 1-bedroom should be used as a comparable unit. However, this ignores the facts that the ordinance actually contemplates looking at The ordinance specifically requires the rent differential to look at what the new location's rent is. And so we're looking at actual costs, and that's what needs to be reflected. Most families, because they're large, are going to be moving into larger units than a 1-bedroom. Lastly, the park owner described the relocation specialist and described that the hearing officer's decision allows the relocation specialist to change the mitigation and to increase the relocation assistance. If you look at Exhibit A to the hearing officer's decision, which was referred to, that's actually not true. The relocation specialist can change what the moving costs are, but they can't change all of the relocation assistance. They just have some flexibility in determining what the moving costs are and what the assistance to disabled families are. So the City Council should find tonight that the mitigation assistance is inadequate, but because it will not allow residents to move to comparable housing and will not allow residents to purchase a mobile home in a comparable community. So what is our ask of the City Council tonight? The City Council can instruct the park owner to come up with a specific plan. The City Council can require the park owner to have a plan that specifically defines terms, specifically defines comparable housing, and requires the park owner to come up with some analysis. Specifically, the City Council can require the mobile home to require the park owner to look at where those comparable mobile home parks are, can instruct the park owner to look at what comparable communities exist, and can assist them in defining what a comparable community is. Does a comparable community mean a community with similar access to high-quality schools, similar access to public transportation, similar access to hospitals and recreational facilities? We know that the similar community will not mean Palo Alto. There are no mobile home parks left in Palo Alto. And we're not asking City Council to require that the park owner buy all the residents a $1.2 million condo. But what we suggest that the City Council do is instruct the park owner to come up with a plan that specifically requires them to look at what it would take to move to a mobile home in a comparable community, a comparable mobile home park within 35 miles. We also request that the City Council require that appraised value be a floor, not a ceiling. And I'll discuss in a little bit what our ask is when it comes to appraised values. Lastly, the City Council should require that if there are residents who choose to move into rental housing, that they be compensated not based on a one bedroom, but based on the actual cost, based on their actual rents, and not the one bedroom. So we've articulated our concerns with the appraisal methodology that was used. And there are several ways that City Council can address this. One, they can require the appraiser to actually consider in-place value. The appraiser has stated that in-place value, that he didn't consider in-place value because of the condition of the park. The City Council could require the appraiser to consider in-place value. They could also allow residents to get a second appraiser. Many jurisdictions allow residents to get their own appraisals. They offer residents to do multiple appraisals. So that's another option that the City Council can do. They can also allow a hearing officer or another third party to choose between the higher amounts, or to choose which amount they feel would most adequately mitigate the negative impacts of the park closure. Lastly, we request that the City Council not approve mitigation measures without a third-party review. At this point, we do not know what the relocation assistance is. Residents should be able to appeal the relocation assistance to ensure that it complies with the ordinance. And the ordinance contemplates a third-party review. And this includes review by a hearing officer and by the City Council. So after the park owner does come up with a plan, the City Council should require that this plan be subject to review if a resident feels that the mitigation assistance is not adequate. We understand that this is a difficult decision that is in front of you, and we thank you again and thank the staff for their work and their consideration. We're happy to answer questions to allow you to make this decision easier. And again, we request that you find that the mitigation assistance is not adequate.
Thank you, and you have 3 minutes left, should you care to use them.
Yes. So I just wanted to add, when the city council if the city council rejects the mitigation assistance, the city council can require specific instructions of the park owner. The city council should instruct the park owner to consider schools when looking at comparable housing, and should specifically require that the appraised values be a floor, not a ceiling. So what our ask is that the city council reject the mitigation assistance, and if the city council and the city council can instruct the park owner to come up with a specific plan, because I think that's the key that's the key that's missing here. There's not a plan to relocate residents to comparable housing. And so the city council can and should come up with concrete definitions and concrete things that should be in that specific plan, including considering schools when looking at comparable housing. It should instruct that that comparable housing have similar amenities to Palo Alto, and that it be enough and be adequate enough to allow residents to purchase a mobile home in a comparable community within 35 miles. That's really what the ordinance requires. With the relocation assistance that's being provided, it will not allow residents to move to comparable housing in a comparable community.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure there will be questions. So now we move to the park owners' attorneys for rebuttal. Again, you will have 15 minutes.
Your Honor, I just need the mouse for the PowerPoint. Thank you. I submit, oh, sorry. Oh, I just have to click it, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got it. Okay, Council and Mayor, I am again Margaret Nanda, appearing on behalf of the park owner. I want to begin the rebuttal tonight with Mr. Labady's decision, which again I remind the Council was the hearing officer appointed by the city attorney. Mr. Labady, a former city attorney for the city of Walnut Creek, who still represents the city of Auburn, the hearing officer, you will note in his decision, did not find that the park owner must purchase comparable housing for the homeowners at Buena Vista. And why is that? Does that suggest that Mr. Labady either did not read or did not understand the ordinance, at least as the Residents Association sees it? And I would submit not. I think that if you review Mr. Labady's decision, you will see, even if you do not agree with any or all parts of it, that it reflects careful and reasoned analysis, and that he spends nearly 30 pages explaining each particular matter that was put before him. And he, in fact, the reason he does not require the park owner to purchase comparable housing is because to do so would exceed the reasonable cost of mitigation per Government Code Section 65863.7. Then, again, I want to discuss in the context of the actual trailers and mobile homes at Buena Vista, a point which the Residents Association just made and which they made last night. The Residents Association has suggested that Mr. Labady was incorrect in his finding that unless the trailer, RV, or mobile home was manufactured with 2 bedrooms, that the mitigation assistance for a rent subsidy, which I might add is for market rate rents in Palo Alto and surrounding cities. It is not affordable housing rents or subsidized housing rents or even mobile home park rents, such as Mr. Gisser's, which are controlled by a rent control ordinance, which this ordinance also contains. He said, because he recognized that the additions and Mr. Beccaria also addresses the additions such as the ones you see in these photos, which include, for the one on the left, a roof, an additional room, and again at the picture on the right, and then again is well illustrated with respect to this RV in which they have built a stick-built room next to it. Then you see the other side of the same RV. Now, Mr. Gisser did not object or did not enforce, it is correct. He did not prevent these people from building what you're looking at Space 49. And now then, they're suggesting, so let's assume we don't know what that room is used for at Space 49, for example. An RV of the type that is featured there would normally be a one-bedroom RV. Assuming that they use it as a bedroom or living room or otherwise, first of all, Mr. Beccaria was instructed and in fact assumed all additions were in fact legal. Secondly, however, Mr. Labadie correctly found that if in fact Mr. Gisser had allowed the park owners, the mobile home owners, the ability to expand their houses, which they have done in the fashion which we are showing you, for example, in this picture, that does not mean that the park owner, under the terms of the ordinance or state law, is required to give them a bigger, not give them, but to either purchase a comparable mobile home. This is, again, not a mobile home, but one that is bigger than what they are living in, because comparability also includes size. And Mr. Labadie returned to the premise that whatever the RV, trailer, fifth wheel, whatever type of trailer or mobile home which is located at the park, when it was manufactured, it contained a certain number of bedrooms. If that bedroom was one, then the park owner is required to provide the residents as an element of mitigation assistance, market rate rent subsidy for a total of 15 months when you include the startup costs. Then I want to address the issue of something that the Residents Association, in my view, raised for the first time last night, but have again repeated it tonight, and that is the words housing relocation plan. Last night and again tonight, we, the park owner, are found wanting because we have not provided a housing relocation plan. I will represent to the council, and you can do your own word search of the ordinance. The words relocation, housing relocation plan do not appear anywhere in the ordinance. We are not required to prepare or provide a housing relocation plan. And considering that the Residents Association attorneys provided a written letter every time we redid or provided the city with a new version of the resident impact report, if they believed at any point in this process that we were required to provide a housing relocation plan, I would have thought we might have heard it before last night. Certainly, those words were not used to my recollection, although I could review the transcript, at even the 3 public hearings which provided this. The ordinance provides that the housing relocation specialist assist the residents in finding and moving to relocation spaces and comparable housing. That is the job of the housing relocation specialist. We pay for the housing relocation specialist. We do not instruct the housing relocation specialist, but it is the job of the housing relocation specialist to, in fact, do that. The housing relocation specialist, in fact, creates a plan after working individually with each resident. And it is up to the park owner to defer to the specialist and to not interfere in that process. In the present instance, Again tonight, we are told that we have failed to identify specific comparable parks, specific mobile homes for sale, specifics. And again, as someone who has closed 6 parks and has been doing this law for a long time and is closing currently four currently, if you look at your ordinance, the ordinance requires us to provide data regarding mobile home parks in the first version of the Housing Relocation Impact Report. It is a snapshot in time, Council. So today, if I sit here and tell you that at Adobe Wells Mobile Home Park in Sunnyvale, there are 4 mobile homes for sale that range in value from $55,000 to $255,000. That is a snapshot in time as of today. We don't know when this park will actually close. You know that, or I believe know, that under state law, even after the conversion impact report, or the resident impact report, excuse me, under the ordinance is approved and the mitigation assistance is approved, the park residents are entitled to at least 6 months notice of the closure. It is during those 6 months that they will work with the housing relocation specialist, and they will, with the lump sum assistance that they will be given, they will choose housing. And which brings me to my next point about the payment of the lump sum assistance. Your ordinance provides for payment of lump sum assistance. And in my view and in my experience, the payment of lump sum assistance clearly contemplates that the homeowner and the housing relocation specialist will together explore and choose the best option of relocation for that homeowner. So for example, the rent subsidy, the market rate rent subsidy for 15 months that we will pay, that the park owner will pay, is not going to be paid piecemeal month by month to whatever new housing the resident selects. It's all given to the resident in a lump sum so that they, in conjunction with the housing relocation specialist, will choose what is best for that person. While the Residents Association tonight recognizes that Craig Labadie did vest some authority in the housing relocation specialist, yes, it is of 2 matters. It is with respect to the amount of the relocation assistance and the amount of assistance for handicapped and disabled residents, which could be significant. Did he vest further responsibilities in him? No, but that does not mean that if you read the end of his decision, he explains why he cannot retain jurisdiction. I also think that the council must reject the argument that the appraised value of the homes is not known now, and therefore we have not offered sufficient mitigation assistance. The owner has in fact exceeded the requirements of the ordinance by accommodating the requests of the residents at the public hearings that the appraisals were too low. If we were strictly following the ordinance, we would submit 1 appraisal, that which was done in April 2013. The owner's amendment stipulated that the owner will pay at a minimum what the first appraisal was, and anything beyond that. There is no cap. They talk about a floor. The floor is the existing appraisal. That's the floor. Many mobile home conversions ordinances many mobile home park conversion ordinances throughout the state of California, including neighboring cities of Sunnyvale and San Jose, ask for the appraisal to be done at the outset within 6 months of the park owner's appraisal. So for example, in Sunnyvale, you don't do the appraisals at the outset like we did them here. You do them after the approval of the conversion impact report. The Residents Association is suggesting you can't possibly approve this without knowing the amount of those appraisals. Well, apparently neither can the city of Sunnyvale and San Jose, and they have had those ordinances in place since the 80s. Then with respect to the expert last night, Libby Seffel, who was certainly clear and concise in her comments, I submit to you that her testimony goes, that her experience goes to the weight that you should give her opinion, because Ms. Seffel is not a housing relocation specialist and did not demonstrate or speak to any experience in the actual relocation of mobile home tenants in difficult parks such as this one, or in any type of park. On the other hand, Dave Richmond, the housing relocation specialist who is appointed here, for example, he was hired by the city, and this is in our closing brief. We show a sample of the agreement. He was hired by the city of Capitola to close a park because it lay in the floodplain. That was done in 2011, 2012 by the city of Capitola. And he has done many, many mobile home park closures as a housing relocation specialist. He's not begun his work here because this matter of the mitigation assistance has not yet been decided. And I would submit that the proposed lump sum mitigation assistance does provide sufficient options for the residents to relocate. You have seen now examples of homes at Buena Vista which are not, in fact, mobile homes. We have told you there are 30 of those. That is not in dispute. There are 98 homes at issue. That means that there are 68 homes which are RVs or trailers. RVs or trailers can be purchased for less than what they are suggesting is the a comparable mobile home in the Trulia listings at a park in Mountain View. Further, if a tenant buys a mobile home in a traditional park, the housing relocation specialist stated that the residents could obtain loans on those, they could obtain financing if they qualified. There were residents who spoke last night that said, in fact, that they do have loans on their homes. Finally then, since the orange light is on, I want to suggest to the city, and I know you will probably think that I'm somewhat speaking out of turn, but in my true belief, what can the city council, no doubt, was moved by the testimony last night. What can they do to assist the residents of Buena Vista? First, you can offer Buena Vista residents a right of first refusal to affordable housing in the city of Palo Alto that you are going to build. I realize that is not up for discussion tonight, as the Vice Mayor noted, but that is an option. The second, you can accept the legal position of the Residents Association. Can I have 2 seconds to just finish that?
Just finish up, yeah, thank you.
Just that thought. They have been arguing since the first time they wrote a letter to the city attorney in this matter that the California Relocation Assistance Act applies to the city, and therefore that would require the city to purchase comparable housing for the Buena Vista residents. It does not let the park owner off the hook in any way. The park owner pays the mitigation assistance, which is in Exhibit A, but the California Relocation Assistance Act would require the city, if you decided to do so, under that act to purchase comparable housing for the Buena Vista residents. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you both very much. And I look once again to city attorney to see if you have any comments or if we should just come to council member questions.
No comments at this time, Madam Mayor.
So council members, questions of any of the two teams? We have to start somewhere.
Just on process, are we going to do a round of questions?
You can do questions. You can ask questions of, again, either team or our city staff. Okay, Councilmember Scharf.
So I really didn't want to go first, but I have a question for Ms. Nanda. So, first of all, I'll give you a little bit of my thinking. I think the hearing officer did a very thoughtful and thorough job as he went through this, as you've said. But one of the areas where I think, in fact, maybe the only area, I think, where there was a real question in my mind was on his decision in page 15.
Okay, can I get that in front of me?
Sure, no, I was just going to read it to you, so it won't be too difficult. It's page 15, it'd be packet page 1159. So there he's talking about the one-bedroom and the unpermitted other mobile home bedrooms. And what he said here was, because the appraiser assumed that all improvements, including added bedrooms, had been legally permitted, the residents are able to receive a financial benefit from those improvements. In my judgment, it would not be reasonable to additionally require the owner to pay a rental subsidy for replacement housing in the form of apartments with more than one bedroom because of substandard bedrooms that were added to their mobile homes without permits. So what he's basically saying is that it's in his judgment that even though these people actually have 2 bedrooms, for instance, and there may be 4 people in a family, that you're only going to provide a subsidy for 1 year for a one-bedroom apartment. And he hasn't grounded that in the statute, unlike he's grounded everything else as far as I can tell. When I go through what he does here, he looks at the statute and he makes decisions. This is the one case in his opinion where he says, in my opinion, which tells me that you could go either way on this and it's a discretionary issue. And then I come up further in my head and say to myself, well, why should that be so? So I wanted to give you an opportunity to say why they shouldn't have, if there's 4 people in a family, for instance, you can't fit 4 people in a one-bedroom. I don't remember what the maximum amount in a one-bedroom is.
It's usually 2, the HUD standards are 2 + 1 per bedroom.
That's what I thought, so it would be 3.
So it's 3. 3 in a one-bedroom.
And a number of families have come forward and talked about that there's 4 or more in their family, and they have these illegal or unpermitted bedrooms. So it seemed to me that the right thing to do would be to say, frankly, that the homeowner should provide, not the homeowner, the park owner should provide that rental subsidy for the family based on a 2-bedroom if there's more than 4 people. So I wanted your reaction to that of why that would not be appropriate, and given that the whole purpose here seems to be to move people from, this housing to new housing. And it seemed unrealistic to move them into a one-bedroom, frankly. So I wanted your reaction to that and why I'm incorrect in my thinking.
No, my reaction is this, is that I think what the hearing officer was doing is saying that the residents have already been given the benefit of living in a self-created, unpermitted 2-3 bedroom home because the appraiser has been instructed to ignore the fact that they are unpermitted. And so, for example, in the picture I showed you last night where someone enclosed his entire space and the tree and thereby created 3 bedrooms by literally creating walls around asphalt, okay, that they have already enjoyed or benefited. First of all, they have that much living space. Secondly, the appraisal assumes a 3-bedroom home there and gives them that appraised value. So they capture the value that way, okay? And therefore, is it necessary then for them to capture it again in terms of a rent subsidy? And again, I remind you that the rent subsidy is market rate housing in Palo Alto and surrounding cities. The rent at Buena Vista does not represent market rate housing because it is rent controlled under your ordinance. And in fact, it's in the documents before you. If you didn't recognize or if you don't remember it, there were many years, including the 2 years prior to this January of 2015, that the park owner never increased the space rent, which is why I continue to say this is the cheapest, non-subsidized, affordable housing in Palo Alto. I think we've all concluded that. But my point is, basically, I think Mr. Labadie was finding that you don't get, essentially, the benefit twice. Okay, it's already captured in your mobile home, which is part of the lump sum assistance you will receive. And for families who do not want to rent or need to rent a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, okay, again, if you look at the amounts of the mitigation assistance for rent subsidy, I think even for a 1-bedroom, it's $22,000. And so maybe they're not going to rent the highest end market rate 3-bedroom apartment in Palo Alto or a surrounding city. Maybe because they can't either. The other problem, of course, is they may not income qualify for that anyways, but in any event, even with that money, that may be their choice, because that money is for a 1-bedroom apartment, and they may require 2 or 3 bedrooms. But the ordinance does not require us to pay that rent subsidy.
So the ordinance may or may not. So my question to you is, say as a council we were to impose that as an additional condition. That would be that if there are 4 people, that you provide at least rent subsidy for a 2-bedroom. Do you see any legal impediments to us as a council imposing that on your condition, or anything in the record that would prohibit us from doing so?
Well, I think, for example, I believe that there are multiple families living together in the same homes here. And the fact that so under the 2+1 per bedroom rule, if you had a family of 6, that is a 3-bedroom home. If you have a family of 7, that's still a 3-bedroom home. If you have a family of 8, then you're into a 4-bedroom home. Okay? I think the rent subsidy far exceeds the reasonable cost of relocation. A 4-bedroom apartment, first of all, I don't even know that those exist.
So I think I limited it to a 2-bedroom.
Okay.
I said a 2-bedroom apartment if you have 4 people or more living in a mobile home. I actually said a family group, but.
Okay. All right. So
because I agree with you, a 4-bedroom would be.
Okay.
I'm suggesting you basically go from 1 bedroom, which seems to be everyone except for a few, and that to a 2-bedroom if there's 4 people. That's really what I'm suggesting. You provide that rent subsidy. And I'm asking if there's, any legal impediments or anything in the record or any reason why I shouldn't do that. Because I'm really concerned that, frankly, that 4 people won't be able to move to a 1-bedroom. And that's my big concern.
I think the only impediment is that it was not the decision of the hearing officer, and we have affirmed that, we have accepted that decision. So I think that gives us grounds to, certainly would give us grounds to appeal the decision.
So would it? Is our standard a de novo review that has to be grounded in the statute, obviously? We have a de novo review, don't we, of the hearing officers?
Yes,
it's not a deference standard.
You can ask that of your city attorney, yes, but still, that doesn't take away our right to appeal to, under a writ of mandamus, to a superior court.
I was just really asking you what those grounds could be.
What is the grounds for the appeal?
Right.
I think because they either, and I have to look at the statute again, either they exceed the terms of the ordinance or they exceed the reasonable cost of relocation.
Okay.
Because I think that the residents have already benefited from those illegal additions in the form of the appraisal, and he recognized that fact.
All right.
Okay.
I actually have a question for the Residents' Council. And I'll be just as difficult with you, I promise. So, could you explain to me your understanding of the 35-mile radius?
So our expert witness, Libby Seifel, she actually drew a radius of the 35 miles.
But why did she draw a radius? Why are you looking at 35 miles, and how does that relate to the statute?
Oh, so that's a good question. The statute specifically refers to, specifically defines comparable housing, and I have it in front of me. I'm sorry. So in looking at, give me a second, I'll find it.
Take your time. Don't feel rushed.
Okay, so the ordinance specifically requires that residents whose mobile homes can be relocated, the cost of physically relocating the mobile home as defined above within 35 miles of the park. There's also another part of the ordinance where the owner has to look, when the owner is required to do a relocation impact report and look at where comparable mobile homes are, that it's limited to 35 miles of the park. So the ordinance really contemplates a comparable community within 35 miles of the park.
So let me just stop
We're looking
you
at the Greater Bay Area.
Let me just stop you there. When I look at the ordinance seems to be broken into two parts. And correct me if I'm wrong. The first part is for residents whose mobile homes can be relocated to a space in a comparable park. And the second part is for residents whose mobile homes cannot be relocated to a space in a comparable park. Now, what I've heard in the record and what I've read, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are no park spaces. Maybe there was a few, but I thought there was virtually none that are actually going to be relocated. And if there are some that were going to be relocated, tell me, but my recollection is that there were none. That everyone's taking the lump sum payment or getting comparable housing.
There may be a few residents, but it's the vast majority of residents are not going to be able to move their mobile homes.
And it seemed that the 35-mile radius, when you look at the statute, is very clear. And if you disagree, tell me, because it seems crystal clear that it only applies to moving your mobile home from Park A to Park B in that 35-mile radius. That when you look at, on packet page 8, it's 7 of the, of the page of the ordinance there, under number 2, it makes it really clear there's nothing about 35 miles there. And when you read the stuff about comparable housing in the definition section, there's nothing about comparable housing. So I almost feel like you've misled the council a little bit on this, on the 35-mile stuff, because I don't see it in here at all. And I'm a little troubled by that. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to address it so I don't hold it against you.
Okay, so the lens that you really have to look at is looking at what's going to mitigate the negative aspects of the park closure. And you've heard residents talk about the reason they live here is to be in Palo Alto and to access the community amenities that Palo Alto has. And we look at what comparable housing is defined as. It has an inclusive list of amenities which requires similar access to, public transportation, to job opportunities, to medical facilities. So we're really looking at a comparable community to Palo Alto. And so, So
let me just ask you, where in the statute does it say comparable to Palo Alto?
It says, if you look at the definition of comparable housing,
Yep.
it means, so if you look at what the RIR requires, this is,
So where are you looking when you say when the RI requires?
this
Where are you
is
looking?
9.76.030, and that's J. It's talking about a list of comparable parks within a 35-mile radius.
Right, page 5, okay.
Right. And so,
But isn't the reason for that list of comparable parks, I don't want to belabor the point, because the idea is that part of the statute in the first says that you're going to move, if you're going to move your mobile home park, it should be to a park within 35 miles. And that's what the comparable, and then you get a separate set of benefits, frankly. You don't get the same benefits. Whereas under Part 2, which is the part I was reading, there's no 35-mile radius, and it's a different set of benefits.
right, but that part of the ordinance also talks about comparable housing and defines comparable housing as I quote, the cost of purchasing a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park. And even though the definitions of comparable mobile home park do not exactly use the term 35 miles, it's looking at a park with with access to a similar community to Palo Alto and similar amenities. And also, if you look at the ordinance as a whole, it's looking at parks within the 35 miles. And so, when this ordinance was enacted, the purpose of it was to allow residents to stay in a similar community to Palo Alto, to be able to keep their jobs, with the understanding that this was the last mobile home park in Palo Alto. So, the intention of the ordinance was to look at comparable housing within a limited area. The ordinance was not intended.
So where do you find that in the record? I found that nowhere. In fact, I found comments by council members saying the park probably has a 10-year life. that we should do a development agreement and come up with, a development plan. I actually have got to say that I didn't see that in the record. I mean, I wish it was otherwise. I'm actually very sympathetic to your position, but that's not what I saw in the record. So where in the record would you direct me so I could base my decision on the record and come up with that?
So, I mean, again, if you look at what the definition of comparable mobile home park, and comparable community is, it specifically says a community that has similar access to shopping, medical services, recreational facilities, and transportation, or a comparable mobile home and a comparable mobile home park. In other places in the ordinance, when they're talking about comparable mobile home parks, they're limiting it to 35 miles. I mean, the purpose of the ordinance is not so that all of these residents are forced to move to the Central Valley or Wisconsin or wherever they can afford to, but it's to be able to keep them in a similar community to Palo Alto. I understand it's not the clearest ordinance in the world, but you have to read it in light of what it's going to take to mitigate the negative aspects of the park closure. And reading it that way would really force residents to lose their jobs. It would force residents to move away from their schools. It would require residents to move away from where they get medical services. And that's really not the intention of the ordinance.
So you asked for an ask, and this is probably the last question I ask you. You said, what would you have us do as a council? Maybe you could elucidate a little bit on that. When you read the ordinance, it talks about, this is what it actually says. It says, actually, it's more organized than this. The hearing officer, and that's under 70, it's under page 6 under G. The hearing officer shall approve the application on the condition that the mitigation measures proposed by the park owner are adequate to mitigate the adverse impacts on displaced residents and may condition the approval on additional conditions, including but not limited to the following. And then it talks about for residents whose mobile homes can be relocated, and that's where we disagree on the 35 miles because that's the only place it talks about it. And then this rest of the structure of the ordinance is for residents whose mobile homes cannot be relocated in space to a comparable park. It lists a bunch of items. And so I guess what I'm asking you is within that structure of the ordinance, because that's sort of what we have to deal with, what could we do to support the residents of Buena Vista if you were going to ask us to do something? And I don't think it's really that helpful to just say, don't close the park. That doesn't seem to be something that the ordinance anticipates.
So the park owners talked about how there's no plan. But the ordinance does contemplate a plan. It does contemplate allowing for enough relocation assistance so residents can move to a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park. And the ordinance specifically requires them to look at mobile home parks within 35 miles. And that's not, requiring that information is not so that there's just information or a list of information in a vacuum. It's so that there can be a plan and there can be places for residents to move to, an analysis of what residents will need in terms of the relocation assistance to be able to move to those communities. And the park owner hasn't done that. They've mentioned some HCD listings, but if those are really realistic options, the park owner has to identify them, has to tell us what the mitigation assistance will be to allow residents to move to that. All we have right now is an updated appraisal. We don't know what the amount is. We have an estimate. It could be lower. It could be more. And there's no way for residents to appeal that if they're not going to be able to find comparable housing in a comparable community. That's for us what's the most problematic here.
Well, thank you very much for bearing with me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Just a simple economic question. I know the Palo Alto code says that for each space in the park, it is necessary to measure the value the mobile home would have if the park were not being closed. Now, we've had a lot of data presented and people making cases, but I was disturbed a little bit in Mr. Beccaria's presentation tonight that he made the statement that there's been one sale financed in the last 20 years. Another statement, only 2 sales were reported by the major listing plan, HCD based. Another statement, it was hard to get data from any other source about sales, and even from the residents themselves. So it seems one of the issues or problems in assessing value has been the difficulty of getting sales data from the Buena Vista Park, and this is a historical issue. Yet, in other parts of the report, they listed that between 2011 and 2013, there were 27 listed sales at the Sahara Village, which they use for comparisons, and 45 listed sales at Santiago Villa. Now, I guess just as a simple economist, I look at that and find that extraordinary and astounding. What it seems to say is that people living at Buena Vista don't want to move. And that would mean longevity is one of the characteristics of the park. And longevity for a community has value. So I guess the question I would have for the owner's attorney or Mr. Beccaria is, how do you assess the value of people wanting to stay, not wanting to leave? Attorney Nanda, you mentioned in your introduction that you'd been involved in 10 closures, 6 of which have closed. Is it extraordinary in your experience to see a mobile home park where people don't leave, where longevity is as high?
So can I clarify just a few things in your prior statement, and then I'll get to your last question. So I think, first of all, you may have misunderstood what Mr. Beccaria was saying. He was saying that he had seen only one MLS, multiple listing service, listing of a home at Buena Vista for the past several years. The homes at Buena Vista, given what they are, with unpermitted additions, and because this, as I keep saying, is not a traditional mobile home park with landscape spaces and wider streets and uniform type houses, etc. It does not look like Santiago Villa or Sahara or those kinds of parks that you've just mentioned. People do not list the homes for sale on a multiple listing service. If you recall the testimony last night from several residents, there were many who said they had moved in 2000. There were some that said they had moved in the 90s, but there were many who said, I moved in 2006, or I moved in 2008, and so on and so forth. The typical way that I believe, and in my experience, again, as doing this kind of work, is that sales are, in this kind of mobile home park, are almost word of mouth or by someone literally putting a for sale sign in the window. And as people walk in or drive through the park, typically that's how people find mobile homes for sale anyways. They drive through parks on the weekends and see for sale signs, whether they be by owner or by a listing service. Then I think the other thing that is maybe confusing here, which I want to see if I can just clarify, is that for a mobile home, the state of California Department of Housing and Community Development requires that the home be titled or registered with the state of California Department of Housing and Community Development. So of the 30 mobile homes that are in this park, they would be titled by HCD, and they would be on the personal property tax rolls of Santa Clara County. As to the other types of recreational vehicles, travel trailers, and the other 68 homes, those are registered most likely through the Department of Motor Vehicles because they are in fact a type of vehicle. Now, what Mr. Beccaria was saying was there is a private data service which both he and I subscribe to, and we have no reason, we do different types of work, called Santiago Financial, and what they do is they send somebody to the HCD office because every mobile home sale has to be registered, and it is broken down by park and city and county, so that you could see what mobile homes have sold, and that's what I was referring to last night. Now, Mr. Beccaria was saying that that data is often delayed. It's a private service that does it. So sometimes they pick it up right away and sometimes they don't. In his case, in order to verify he had the latest information, he called and discussed with them anything he may have been missing. For DMV, you may or may not be aware that you or I cannot walk up to a counter and say who owns that car. They will not tell you that. However, there is a process if you have a VIN number or other identifying number and you are an attorney where you can apply on a form through DMV to find out the ownership of a home. So I don't know if that clarifies what you heard, but that is in fact the reality. Many of these are registered through DMV, some are registered through HC.
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
very much. I guess the direct question was, did you find a difference in
yes,
longevity
okay.
in this park compared to the 6 others you have worked with?
So first of all, this is an all-age park, and I will tell you there is a huge amount of difference in my experience in terms of longevity in a senior park. In a senior park, mostly the qualification is that one person per household be age 55 or older. That is under the HUD requirements. In my experience, there are people who are living well into their late 80s and early 90s who bought the homes in mobile home parks, who, because of the dimensions of a mobile home and whatever, they can manage, and so they live autonomously or independently. And so in my experience, the people who are most determined to hold on to their homes and do not necessarily want a park to close are the people in a senior community. And I have seen that much more so than in family communities.
Yeah. Any response from the resident's attorney?
So thank you for the opportunity to respond. First, many residents have lived here for 20 plus years. I believe one of our expert reports has that information, but if I can get the specific information, I will get it to you. Jim Brabrand's report that we provided to you also has some critiques about not only about longevity, but about the sales and comparable sales data that was used, particularly there was a critique about how it was hard to get data sources, but Mr. Brabrand found that it wasn't as difficult, and some of that critique is in his report. The park owner's expert also said that permitting is ignored by market participants, but most of the residents actually did buy their homes with the additions already in there, meaning that they paid more for their additional space, but because it included the additions that the market supposedly ignores. And the idea that they're getting a windfall because the appraisal assumes that the additions were permitted is incorrect. You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Dis.
So if I could start with Ms. Nanda. Thanks. And really what I'm looking for here is an explanation if you happen to have one. So far tonight, we haven't addressed the school issue. And looking on page, this is the packet, page 214, and it talks about other mobile home conversion ordinances having mentioned schools, but in ours, it's conspicuously absent.
Yes.
So have you dealt with this in other cities? You've clearly had a great deal of experience with this, even though it sounds as though a lot of your mobile home parks probably have people who are older. Is that correct?
I mean, I have closed both family parks and senior parks.
And others.
Yes.
So if you would comment on that, and I realize you can't know why in 2001 the schools were left out, but it would be helpful to know any of your either experiences or observations about the schools and how they were included in those closures.
Well, I have to say that I have, in the 6 closures that I have completed, there has not been a similar issue presented with respect to valuing the schools as they are suggested to be valued here. What we tried to present at the hearing and in our closing brief, and we have included in the council's packet, is the record of the council meetings of this council, in which, again, the Assistant City Ariel Colon indicates that he has reviewed a number of ordinances. He specifically mentions Monrovia. Monrovia's, I have it with me, it does include the word schools. It's similarly phrased. I cannot speculate why it was left out. However, I respect Mr. Labady's conclusion that it does appear as if the legislative intent to include schools was not there, because they are, again, the residents were represented by council. And again, one of the residents indeed testified last night. She remembers schools being discussed at the resident meetings with the council members and staff, which of course my client did not attend, but indeed his part, he was not solicited. So to get back to your original issue, I have never had in the other 6 closures the issue of schools being raised as a barrier to finding another mobile home or other type of housing. This issue has surfaced in this case. I think, again, I don't live in Palo Alto. I have lived in the Bay Area for 35 years. I have always heard about the fabulous quality of Palo Alto public schools, so I'm not here to dispute that. I only know what's in the ordinance.
I appreciate that, because I think it is somewhat puzzling.
I think it's very puzzling.
Because even though they're all still alive, to be quite honest, from 2001, I haven't gone back and asked anyone. I think it's difficult to recall why you might have done something almost 15 years ago.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, and we pointed out, it's my understanding, and I remember the public testimony, which is of the record, at the 3 public hearings. And there were a number of older residents, well, I shouldn't say older, hey, I'm not young myself, but there were people who said that they had purchased homes in Palo Alto in 1963 and 1970, that they had lived in the community many years, and they moved here originally because of the schools. So my belief is, or my understanding was, although I do not and did not live in Palo Alto in 2000 and 2001, that the schools were good even then. So I would have assumed that had it been a critical factor, it would have been included, and it for some reason was not. I will say we attempted, my office attempted to contact Ariel Colon on a number of occasions, and I will not recite all the ways in which we attempted, and he did not wish to speak to us. Now, whether he spoke to anyone else, I have no idea, but he would not speak to us about the matter. I think that's all I can tell you.
Good. Thank you so much. And if the residents want to speak to it, it's fine. But I really needed a clarification from Ms. Nanda as to the actual ordinance and whether or not she had experience with that before. If you wish to speak, fine. If not, it's perfectly okay.
You've heard about the importance of the schools, but I mean, besides that, I just want to also mention that the term, both comparable mobile home park, comparable housing, looks at a community that's similar to Palo Alto. It says similar access, a community that's similar to that in which the park is being closed, is located and has similar access to community amenities. So even if we take schools out of the equation, it contemplates a community similar to Palo Alto. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind as we're looking at this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
So, one quick question for the park owner's attorney. Were the residents, whenever they built additions, either permitted or unpermitted, were the rents on their spaces altered at all?
No,
Okay.
they were never increased because of the additions.
Okay. And a question that I have, thank you. A couple questions that I have for Mr. Baccaria, and I might be pronouncing his name incorrectly.
Yes.
So, I just want to confirm a couple of facts about the appraisals that you did. How many Buena Vista sales did you use in your comparisons?
It varied with each report. There was at least one in every report, sometimes two.
On the whole, though, I mean, in
How
the
many
totality
total?
of the appraisals, yeah.
Probably 5 of them altogether, something
Okay.
like that.
And were those sales that had occurred within the 12 months before your appraisal, or did they go back further than that?
I think the most recent one was in late 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a little
Oh, wait, no, there was a couple of the trailers had sold in 2012 that we used.
But some of them were further than 12 months.
We had to
out.
use for the park model units, the last sale in the park of a park model unit, which is licensed under the Department of Motor Vehicles, was in 2006 when it was put in the park new.
Okay.
So we had to use a piece of data to replicate that issue, so we put that in the report on that particular unit.
And then you'd mentioned a couple of times Mr. Brabant had alluded to home sales in other mobile home communities in the area that had occurred more than 12 months prior to the appraisal. And let me know if I'm misunderstanding your response, but you seem to dismiss those as saying those that occurred prior to, greater than 12 months before your appraisal, and therefore, due to professional standards, it wouldn't make sense for you to...
Well, you have to follow the trail as closely as you can, and time is a critical factor, and some of the sales that he was citing dated back to 2010, when I can go in similar parks or even the same park and find a sale in 2011 or 2012. I've got to go with the latter ones. I can't go back until I can get a one that is, you can't do that.
Sure,
you have to
sure.
pick the ones that are the most similar and most recent.
Now, let's say, and I mean, I don't understand your profession at all, and so I'm trying to get clarity on it here, but so if there were, let's say if there in the year before had been 2 sales that were kind of wildly different in terms of the valuation of the mobile homes, would you then go back further to try to figure out what the norm is versus what was an outlier?
Well, we were bouncing between the parks. I mean, we had a group of parks, maybe about 8 or 9 of them, that we were, rather than going back in one park to find data that's dated, we would go to another park where the data was more current.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so the issue of time adjustments came up, and I was able to understand a lot of your report, which I thought was quite well written and persuasive in your reply, but I didn't quite understand why you dismissed the concerns about time adjustment and using a $20 per square foot flat rate across all of the different properties.
Well, the time adjustment issue is an interesting issue. At the time, when we were dealing with the 2011 sales that we included in the report, when we did the analysis, those all showed up on the higher end of the value range. And when our 2012 sales were showing up a little bit lower. And so if you're analyzing all the data and it's conflicting with what the statistical data says, you've got to go with what the primary data says. It overrides, it trumps the other data. So we didn't make time adjustments between 2011 and 2000, I think January of 2013, late 2011. Now, with regard to the, my mind, brain freeze here. You had another issue, and
It was using the $20, I mean.
Okay, the $20 per square foot for the adjustment. Basically, you're dealing with substandard housing, and most of the values are, I think the average value is around 18 or 19,000 or something like that. And that's the minimum adjustment. I mean, there is no higher adjustment that's warranted. When you start running the numbers, it skews all of the analysis.
Okay.
You know, it just throws it all out of whack. So you end up kind of going, well, you know, maybe you wanted to explore that, but when you started to do it, it did not work when you analyzed all of the data simultaneously in your reports.
Okay.
You got to follow that trail. That's the primary trail. You know, you can't deviate from that.
Okay. Thank you. One last question. I'm trying to remember where it was. Actually, again, in the time adjustment criticism, you actually alluded to the fact that the median sale price in 2012 for mobile home parks in Santa Clara County was $70,000, but in 2006 the price was approximately $85,000, which is why it would have been a negative adjustment. You chose not to do it. The question that I have is, rather than using Santa Clara County as the geographic region comparison, would it make more sense to you? I mean, you know, Palo Alto, we're right on the border of San Mateo County. We have more in common with Menlo Park than we do Gilroy, you know, or those communities. Is that the right comparison to be making?
Yeah, I needed mobile home park data, and I need a lot of it. I need a lot of good mobile home park data. Not there in Menlo Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or Redwood City or...
Yeah, Redwood City has some parks, and there's some parks that are sort of in competition with this, you know, but they are quite a bit, I mean, the locations are not the same. I'd rather go to a mainstream mobile home park for the data, because the data in those other parks, it gets below 8,000, 5,000, 3,000. I mean, I didn't want to do that because I didn't think that was justified comparing those locations to Palo Alto. I mean, I'd rather go to Sunnyvale or Mountain View, where I've got
more quantity.
I got quantity of data, and I've got good data, and I've got something where park deficiencies are offsetting the location issue.
Understood.
And it made more sense, and it resulted in a credible report. Some of the other areas, the data it was so bad that it was just not worth chasing.
Gotcha.
It would have brought values down.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And just a question for the prior questioner. Do you have anything that you want to ask the other attorneys to respond to in that or not? It's your call.
Yeah, please, if you'd like the opportunity to respond to any of that, you're more than welcome to. Or if you have any kind of comments or thoughts that you want to make.
I mean, just generally, a lot of our criticisms are in Jim Brabant's report, and if the council has questions specifically for him, we can ask him to respond in writing if you feel that's appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Scharf. You asked the questions I wanted to ask about units and number of bedrooms and people, and why it was different for appraisal versus rent. I think it's the owner's attorney. There's a chart in our staff report, which is pulled from the tentative decision about the rents. If I could ask you a question about that.
So it's in the Mr. Labady's tentative decision?
It is, and it's observed in our staff report, and it shows the average rents for a 1 and 2 bedroom, if you know that table. It's page 10 of our staff report.
Oh, okay, let me see.
From
okay.
yesterday. It's at the end of your letter. I don't know if it was part of your letter.
Okay, of my statement that I submitted?
Yes.
Like this. Okay, yes. Okay, so let me just.
Looks like this. Yep.
Oh.
It looks like this.
Oh, that chart. Oh, okay, so that was our attachment. Okay, 1 second. Yes, it's our Exhibit A. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Oh, sorry, it's our, I'm looking at their document. Sorry. know, for some reason I'm not, this is pretty bad, I'm not able to find ours. Okay, do you have it? Molly, can I look at it? Sorry. Sorry. Okay, all right, I have it. Exhibit A, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
So just questions about how this
Yes.
table was constructed.
Yes, okay, sorry.
Yeah, how were the sources determined? I haven't heard of rentbits.com or Rent Jungle. And then Zillow, they seem to have, different pricing.
So we used these internet source in the, in the preparation of the various versions of the RIR, the city attorney requested that we provide data on market rate apartments in cities surrounding Palo Alto. And so we used Sunnyvale, East Palo Alto, Mountain View, Redwood City, and of course Palo Alto. And so what Mr. Labady's Exhibit A, what his decision says is that his Exhibit A says you are to take an average market rate one-bedroom apartment, and that the rent subsidy will be based on that average of Palo Alto and the surrounding cities. So for purposes of this chart, because of course, we have been criticized that we have not spelled out what the mitigation assistance would be. And again, the data in the RIR is old because it was originally approved in March, April of 2014. So we ran these figures again, and we had been using internet sources for average rents and in those cities. So we did that again.
So like rent bits, are those listing prices or actual rent prices?
Okay, my associate actually gathered that, so I'm going to let her answer that. This is Sonia Welch.
Hi. So those are actual rent prices. Now, if you look at, I couldn't just use Zillow. Now, there's like real facts data which tracks larger complexes of 50 units or more. So those are going to be higher end luxury apartment complexes. And if you look for rent data, you can look at Zillow, you can look at Rent Jungle, and you can look at RentBits and do it per city. And this gives you an average per bedroom unit, studio, one bedroom or two bedroom. And we did this in the interest of comprehensiveness because we wanted the best average I could come up with, which would be using all that was out there. And I personally, based on my own experience living within this area, the rents are higher than most of my friends would even pay. So, and they do live here currently in larger complexes as well. So I feel pretty comfortable that that's going to be an inflated average because the data that's easiest to track for those algorithms that there's a lot of rent startups that try to track this data. They're using easy to find data, which is larger complexes.
Okay. And then how you said cities surrounding Palo Alto, but there's some cities missing. So, why wasn't Menlo Park, Los Altos, maybe Burlingame, why weren't those used?
The resident relocation impact report used these cities. So what we did was I went to the RIR and I used the same city data. And then we just refreshed the data to make it more current. So if you want to ask why other cities weren't included, you should ask Margaret.
So those were the cities that the city attorney, we would present data, and then the Residents Association would write a letter why that wasn't good data, et cetera, and then eventually, so we were instructed by the city attorney who was reviewing the report, and staff, there was planning staff, et cetera, but the letters would come from Grant Calling, and we were told to focus on these cities, so we did that.
So did you propose the cities initially, or where did they come from initially?
No, I think that we originally, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to recall now. I think that we may have only initially tracked Palo Alto data, and then he asked for surrounding cities, or I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay.
Now,
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I did find it surprising that there was only a $300 a month difference between a one-bedroom and a two-bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, we were just taking the data. Again, I don't know. I mean, we certainly I mean, again, it was felt that these were, I guess it was felt that these were surrounding cities, also that, because again, there is an issue here of income qualification by these residents. You've now heard what their incomes are, as told to you by the Residents Association. This is reporting market rate housing, and they even articulated last night the 3-to-1 housing income to housing cost ratio. So I think that the feeling was, as I recall it now at the time, that say Sunnyvale and Redwood City are probably more affordable than apartments in Menlo Park or Los Altos. And so that's why we did not go to that data.
Okay.
Because I think it was a question of these cities were surrounding but more affordable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Becerra, or Beccaria, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
So it's a question about this idea of valuing the mobile homes in place as if the park were an ongoing concern. So wouldn't the expectation be that if the park were an ongoing concern, that some of the infrastructure would be repaired and upgraded? I mean, it seems like there was, because of the condition of the park, you factor that into the appraisal. I'm just trying to jibe that idea.
Condition of the park. I was making the point that currently, with regard to the infrastructure, that currently you cannot replace an older home with a new home in there, with the exception of park model units. And they're not manufactured homes, so they cannot be financed.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the infrastructure of the park itself. I guess my understanding is the sewer hookups and things are also substandard. I mean, did that factor into the in-place values?
I did not entertain sewer hookups or anything like that.
Or amenities in the park or anything?
Amenities, yes. I mean, it doesn't have a pool. It doesn't have a nice clubhouse with all the facilities in it. You know, there's no other major facilities. You have narrow streets. Those kind of issues were factored into it, yes, because they are inherent in why a location adjustment wasn't made.
Right. And then I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but maybe with your expertise. So generally, who is responsible for making sure additions are permitted in a park?
I think that falls under the jurisdiction of the State of California Housing and Community Development.
I mean, does the owner, though, have a responsibility to?
You're going to have to ask an attorney that. I don't know. But the inspecting agency would be HCD.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Filson.
I have one more question, sorry.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were through.
A question for the resident's attorney. So you've talked about different aspects of comparable community. We heard a lot last night about safety. Was safety specifically discussed as an aspect of a comparable community?
So comparable community, it specifically says a community that's similar to the community the park is in with similar amenities and such as, and it lists amenities. It's not an exclusive list, so it can include other things. And it contemplates a safe community because it contemplates a community similar to Palo Alto. I mean, you've heard so many residents testify about one of the reasons they moved to Palo Alto is because and moved to Buena Vista, it's because it's a safe, affordable community. So I do think that that should be factored in. And if you're looking at what constitutes a comparable community, it should be a safe community with similar access to similar amenities as Palo Alto has.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now we'll go to Councilmember Filson.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask something of Mr. Beccaria.
Yes.
I suspect you're going to get a lot of nerdy appraisal questions from non-experts here tonight, so I want to thank you very much for being here with us to do this.
Okay.
I have 3 questions. The first is, I know you explained this earlier tonight, and it's in your written report, but I still don't completely understand how location factors into the appraisal result. And, you know, you've said that the the condition of the park and the pad sizes and the infrastructure and so forth, right, offset the location. But I don't quite understand that completely yet and why it's an exact offset or one's a little more, one's a little less. So if you could explain that again, that would be very helpful. My second question is that one of the residents last night, I think it was Ms. Escalante, said that the appraisal value was actually less than she had paid for her unit, and I wanted some color on how that's possible. And then my third question has to do with sort of the definition of, and I think Councilmember Du Bois was going here a minute ago, of in-place value. And as I understand it, the in-place value is, you assume the park would continue in perpetuity, and then that's how, right? However, in this particular case, the park owner family has been clear, in fact, I would say admirably clear, right, for many years about, their intent relative to the disposition of the park, and that it would not be going on forever and ever. And so it seems to me that somebody who is contemplating moving to a park that they knew would be closed in a few years, right? It seems to me that that would act to depress the value of such a unit. And I wanted to ask, is that true, and is it encompassed in the appraisal? So sorry for the long three-part question.
I'm kind of a plotter type of a guy. Can we do them one at a time? Can you ask the first question again? And
sorry.
Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do this.
Okay. Sorry about that. So my first question is, can you explain one more time how the location bears on the appraisal? And you said that, the location, the advantages of the location are offset by the condition of the park and the pad sizes and the fact that homes can't be financed and so forth. And why, I don't understand why those offset each other one-to-one and sort of what the thinking behind that is. And I know you've explained it, but I didn't get it.
Well, we're dealing with Palo Alto, as we've all been discussing, and we're dealing with Stanford, terrific schools. I mean, the high school's terrific. All the schools are terrific. You've got all these families that want to be in Palo Alto. They want that connection. They want it for their kids, and all of that. It's a dream. They're willing to accept all of these park deficiencies to achieve that. How I got to that conclusion was correlating the values in the park over time to what's going on in the surrounding communities in traditional mobile home parks. And they did correlate. It was the closest and most practical way to develop a value. In other words, people that are buying in Sunnyvale and traditional mobile home parks, Sahara Village, Plaza del Rey, wherever, Adobe Wells, all the rest of them, they're paying about what these people are stretching to pay over here for similar space. And when you think about it, you have to ask yourself, why in the world would they be doing that? Because these other parks are quite a bit better, and the only variable is Palo Alto. And that's what it boiled down to. It was the only way to attack the assignment problem. And basically, I drew an equal sign, plus or minus, between the locational issue and the park deficiencies, their buyer's acceptance of the park deficiencies. That's what's going on, and that's how I see the market. And we studied it till we were blue in the face, looking at it from every possible different angle.
And so, if I understand what you're saying, you ran a regression on all kinds of other factors, and the difference you attributed to the location. Is that basically it?
The park deficiencies and the locational issues were crossing each other off. And also part of that was space rent differences too. Some of the parks had much higher space rent, not all of them, but some of them. But then when you think about the space rent that they're paying relative, even under rent control, to what the size of those spaces were, at least if they're tiny pads. All those issues combined, and the fact that the prices were relatively similar, that had to be the difference. And it makes sense. To me, it makes sense. I realize it's quite a complex problem, but like Mr. Schmidt, it's an economic issue. The economics is I got to be in Palo Alto at all costs. And I'm willing to do this to get my kid into Stanford or to get my kid into the high school or to get my kid into that school district. I'm going to make every possible sacrifice to make that happen. That's what's going on. Who can blame them?
Okay, thank you. So my second question was, one of the residents last night commented that the appraisal value on her property was less than she had paid for it. Is that possible? Right?
Yeah, it is possible. Trying to address, we did over 100 appraisals, and I don't have any files here. I really am not in a position to address an individual particular appraisal. Okay. What the comps were, what we concluded at, what the analysis was. All the rest of it, it's beyond what I can remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I just can't recall that much detail. It's
Okay,
2 years ago, too.
It'll be appraised again. So my last question was, the fact that the park is known to be intending to be closed in the near term, it seems like that would have an impact on the value of the properties inside it. Is that correct? And is that captured in the appraisal?
We were very, very careful about that issue. Right at the outset, I asked all those questions. Has the park closure been announced? Are the residents aware of it? If so, what was the date that happened? Only data prior to that date could be utilized. If there's knowledge about a park closure, all that data afterward is tainted. And you're right, it cannot be used. But we only used data that we could confirm that the announcement or the buzz hadn't happened yet. We were careful about that. I believe all the data that we utilized from the park, I think there were maybe 5 sales, they were all unaware of the park closure.
So you asked them?
Oh, yeah. The questions were asked to the park owner.
I think the park owner, it's a matter of public record that the park owner intended to close the park, back to 2001 or something like that, I think. The life expectancy of the park was 10 years and so forth.
I am not aware of that, and I don't think the residents largely were, from what my conversations and our conversations as my staff were with them. I don't believe people knew about that. At least on the sales that we analyzed, that we included, we had to conduct a very detailed, because if they provided a sale to us, we had to interview them for quite a while to confirm them because they're not in the data bank. Mm-hmm. So we went on and on with lots of questions to make sure that, we were getting accurate information. And by and large, we did. It was accurate information that was provided, except for one that we didn't get. It didn't come into the data bank till afterward, and it wasn't disclosed to us by the resident at that time.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. If the resident's attorney wants to comment, that would be great too.
Ma'am, you need to be called on to speak, please. Thank you.
So, as we stated during our comments, the value of a mobile home, it has to include the in-place value. And what's being told to you tonight is that the in-place value really shouldn't matter because of the condition of the park. It's really unfair to residents the fact that the park owner failed to maintain the park and allow the park to become in bad condition should invalidate any value of the park being in Palo Alto. Our appraisal, the appraisal review that we submitted that looks at the appraisals talks about why in-place value needs to be considered.
Well, Mr. Beccaria has argued, right, that in-place value, that in-place value is considered, right, in the appraisal. That's what he's argued.
He's arguing that, but he's basically saying that it shouldn't be taken into consideration because the condition of the park is so terrible, and that people put up with the condition of the park, and so it's really ignoring in-place value, and it's really allowing the park owner to take advantage of the fact that he didn't maintain the park, and he allowed the park to become in the condition that it is. I mean, it's really not fair to the residents to completely ignore in-place value. Mr. Brabrand's report talks about Palo Alto prices increasing by 100% just in the past 3 years. I mean, that the price of housing in Palo Alto has increased exponentially. And just because the park is in bad condition or hasn't been maintained should not ignore the fact that there's a very high value of the park being in Palo Alto. I also just want to remind you that what the ordinance contemplates is not looking at the appraised value, but really looking at what it would take a resident to move to comparable housing. This is a comparable mobile home park and a comparable community to Palo Alto. And so that's really the measure that the City Council should be looking at.
Thanks very much.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'm going to revisit 3 areas that colleagues have already raised some questions on and brought up. We've gotten a good start on this discussion around these, but I don't think we've reached conclusion on them yet. So let me take the last one first, which has to do with this issue of to what degree has this park been under a shadow of an eventual closure since 2001. And I'm not sure who can best address this. Maybe starting with our city attorney staff. Can you let us know or refresh us on the what was in the public record and public knowledge back from when, in 2001, when this last discussion was here? It was in all the papers, and my recollection is, as it has been described, which was that it was given approximately 10 years of amortization of its infrastructure. So can we have some light shed on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. City Attorney Molly Stump. So as you know, that predates my tenure with the City of Palo Alto. There certainly are people on the dais and in the room who may have some recollection of those conversations that occurred some 14 years ago. And there's material in the record. It's my understanding from reviewing the material in the record that the primary focus or the instigation of the conversation, the public conversation that happened between the park owner, the residents in the city, involved a rent increase and the city's desire to regulate in that area given the possibility of an increase. And this this mobile home conversion ordinance did result then from those conversations. The parties who have reviewed those records in detail may have additional comments to add.
But that, you didn't speak at all to whether there was discussion at that time about this 10-year infrastructure life remaining and an anticipation of eventual closure of the park?
So I have not specifically researched that question. There is some material in the record that's relevant to it, and I know that the council has reviewed that as well.
Okay. Can either of the parties speak to this?
In the materials that we asked to be included, the park owner...
If you would announce who you are, it'll be helpful.
I apologize.
It's for the record, of course.
Okay. I'm Margaret Nanda, the attorney for the park owner. In the materials that we asked to be included in the record before you, and indeed what was before also Craig Labadie, was, of course, what prompted the discussion by the council of the mobile home conversion ordinance and the rent ordinance was the notice of a rent increase by the park owner it would have been October 1, 2000, effective under the mobile home residency law, January 1, 2001. The council began meeting about the matter in 2000. The ordinance was enacted in 2001. The minutes of those council meetings, which are which were included in the record with Mr. Labadie, before the record before him and included in your packets, reflect that a council member acknowledged that the useful life of the park was 10 years, and that there had been discussion, as I recall it, discussion with the park owner about the life of the park and them continuing its operation. The rent, as I understand the record, the reason a mobile home conversion park ordinance was enacted was because the council and staff saw the end of Buena Vista arriving, because there is no other mobile home park in the city of Palo Alto. The ordinance was enacted specifically with this park in mind. That's my understanding of the facts based upon the record.
So that's consistent with my recollection. So given, let's assume that that is the case, and I think it is, we just heard from the appraiser that, if I understood him right, he wasn't aware of that circumstance.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And I guess one question, maybe the appraiser would know this best, is what portion of the residents, current residents, were there back in 2001? Do we know that approximately? No? Okay.
Mr. Beckery is indicating he doesn't know the answer to that. I think Mr. Beccaria's point of reference was that in September of 2012, the park owner wrote a letter to the residents saying, we are considering the closure of the park. And of course, in November, an actual application was filed. So I think he was saying, as from his perspective, he did not consider any data after those dates.
And I appreciate that, and that seems completely reasonable. The point I'm pursuing is whether the data for between 2000 and 2012 should reflect the reality that that the useful life of the park was 10 years, and there was an anticipation to some degree by sellers and buyers that what occurred in 2012 would happen in roughly that time frame, whether it's 2010, 12, 14, that notice would occur, that was on the horizon. It was basically 10 years thereabouts remaining in the life of the park. So if that's the case, and I'm a buyer, why would I pay the same amount for a residence that maybe only had 5 years of useful life remaining as if I would for a residence if I was going to be able to stay there indefinitely, say in Sunnyvale?
Well, I had this same situation develop in Capitola. It was a little mobile home park that's kind of set behind their city hall in a little valley there. They had a flood three or 4 years ago. It destroyed the park, and they had to close the park. The city owned it. They had anticipated it for a parking facility, which now that's what it is. And it was, everybody knew it was going to happen, but the sales continued, and you could correlate those sales to the other sales in the marketplace. And the reason for it was that people had very little other alternatives because the prices were, it's the low end of the market. You know, the mobile home market is the, it's a place to live, it's basic shelter, and so people were willing to pay for it. And matter of fact, I remember one instance where I got called into the city meeting to do an appraisal for one lady who actually bought her place and then spent about $50,000 remodeling it. And that was after the notification, and then it went down, and then she didn't recover very much of that remodel. That's just how it is with this kind of thing. You're dealing with the very bottom end of the market, and there's a place where the values exchange, and I don't understand any more than what I'm communicating. I know it's Palo Alto. I know you got Stanford. You got all these wonderful things here, terrific schools. That's why it happens. That's why people...
Well, you described that you basically attributed a wash between location and park condition.
Yes.
And I would guess that there are actually maybe 3 elements in that wash that The park condition depressed the pricing. The limited remaining life of the park, however vague that might have been, depressed the pricing some. And the location offset both of those, because that's how we end up getting whatever pricing we have. What I'm going to be leading to is the question of whether the residents, the value of their home should be discounted because the life of the park had a limited future to it, and whether that's an appropriate discounting.
Well, the comparables were taken out of other communities from mobile home parks that were traditional that had long-term life expectancies.
Yeah, but if this park had had a long-term life expectancy, how do you know what difference in price these particular trailers would have if there was nothing hanging over the head of this park?
Well, you're making the appraisal assignment hypothetical here then, because you're saying that, assume, Mr. Beccaria, that the infrastructure in the park has been redone. I have to appraise what's there. It's as is. I can't entertain a hypothetical on that issue because you're taking it into something that it's not. It is not a park that has wide streets. For the most part, there's some nicer streets on the back section, but there's a limited number of homes there.
Yeah, but in our ordinance, I don't see anything that says, when we talk about equivalent parks, and then we're supposed to discount it or allowed it to be discounted for the fact that it has a limited life. So we're looking at comparable physical conditions and comparable communities, but we didn't say we should ignore the discounting that's occurring because this park only has a few years remaining on its life, and these units only have a few years remaining.
I disagree with your way of looking at it. I think you're twisting what the facts are into something other than the facts.
Well, before you accuse me of twisting facts, let's just have a discussion. I won't accuse you of twisting facts, and you don't accuse me, okay? Okay.
Well stated.
Okay. So please continue.
I'm not sure what you're asking me now.
Well, I don't know. You're okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beccaria. Councilmember Filson,
wait,
follow up?
I have two.
I was just thanking Mr. Beccaria, not concluding your comments, because I wanted the record to show who had been speaking. That's all. I wasn't cutting you
great.
off.
Okay.
Councilmember Filson has a follow-up, if you'd like to allow it.
I have two more aspects of this I want to pursue.
Okay.
So the other one is on the rent subsidy. And this is what Councilmember Scharf alluded to. It's on page 15 of the hearing officer's final decision report, page 1159 of the whole stack there. So once again, I'm a little uncertain who to direct this to, but because I'm not sure it's really either the ability of either the appellant or the park owner to answer the thinking of the hearing officer. So maybe I'll first turn to our city attorney. We ended up getting from the hearing officer a distinction between how he viewed these additional rooms that were added on and for purposes of appraisal versus how he viewed them for the rental subsidy. And when I do look at our ordinance in page 4, down near the bottom, which is it's 9.76030, section D5, Roman numeral 5, it actually talks about pop-out rooms. And so it recognizes these. There's an ambiguity, apparently, between whether non-permitted pop-out rooms and porches and all these other things should be recognized as part of the unit, or whether it should not. And for some reason, it seems that the hearing officer said, well, we should recognize them for purposes of the appraisal and not recognize them for purposes of the rent subsidy. So one of my questions for you, City Attorney, is there anything in the ordinance that guides us on why they should be treated one way for appraisal and a different way for a rent subsidy?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. So you are looking at the RIR informational gathering that is required, and it is required that the park owner describe what's physically present at the park, and that was done in the RIR, and includes those porches, patios, pop-out rooms, et cetera. And I am reading the hearing officer's decision as you all have as well. The hearing officer, it was independent, and there was no additional consultation that we have done with him, and it would not have been appropriate for us to do that. So we are reading his written explanation. And in essence, he does treat them differently. For the one purpose does then want the appraisal to reflect what's actually present on the site, but then for the rent differential, takes a different approach. And it's my understanding, and the parties' attorneys may be able to clarify, there is a little bit of a complexity in terms of potentially what residents report as bedrooms may reflect additional structures. They also may reflect the way the space within a structure is organized. For example, it may be that a space that was constructed traditionally to be used as a living room has been partitioned in such a way that it's being used as a bedroom. And so some residents are reporting, bedrooms based on additional structures, and some in terms of the way that the unit is being organized internally. And there is nothing specific in the ordinance that dictates how those will be treated for either purpose. So we can read the hearing officer's decision. He chose to handle it in the way that he did, and it's before the council then for your discretion on both of those items.
Okay. And then finally, this issue of whether the schools are intended to be, I guess the interpretation of the applicant is that they're to be excluded from consideration. So maybe if the applicant's attorney could join us again. So is that's your interpretation?
So our interpretation was that when we are talking about the community of Palo Alto, we are, of course, talking about all aspects of the community. However, what the Residents Association was arguing was that the appraisal values should specifically reflect and be increased by the fact that this park was located in Palo Alto and these children would go to Palo Alto schools, and that the comparability of the homes, mobile homes, and other types of housing, condominiums, all should be related to this factor of schools. And we pointed out that you can't, in our view, you could not do that since there was evidence in the record that other ordinances were looked at by the Assistant City Attorney that included schools, and it was specifically excluded here. And so that has been our argument.
So if I follow that logic, when it says such as, that would have to mean something to the effect of limited to. Those are, to you, I mean, if it's exclusive, if you're saying that the fact that it doesn't list schools means that that was a deliberate exclusion of schools, then what can such as include? If you're saying it's really exclusive when we use this term, such as.
So they're talking about comparable housing that is similar in size, number of bedrooms, and amenities that is being displaced and is located in a community that has similar access to shopping, medical services, recreational facilities, and transportation, or a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park. Our argument was that shopping, medical services, recreational facilities, and transportation, none of those words is embraced by the school system. That's the specific language in the ordinance. So when you can't stretch that to include schools, then with the definition of comparable mobile home park, okay, that says that, again, there's preliminary language, similar to that in which the park that is being closed is located and has similar access to community amenities such as shopping, medical service, recreational facilities, and transportation. Our view was that, first of all, they failed even after they were modeling this after ordinances which included the language schools, and they did not include it, that the word community amenities, we differ, the Residents Association and myself, on what is a reasonable definition of that word. And when they say a community amenity such as shopping, medical services, recreational facilities, and transportation, the same things that they mention in C, I don't, again, see the definition stretching to include the school system. I did not view it that way. And indeed, again, based on the record that the council discussion and record that was before Mr. Labadie and was before me, when about every time there was a hearing about the enactment of this ordinance and what was discussed. And that's why I was showing yesterday his quote, he did not find the legislative intent. It appears that it was excluded. So that's why I came to that conclusion.
Thank you. And does the appellant have any additional response to that?
Yes. Thank you. So again, the ordinance specifically says a community similar to that in which the park is being closed is located and has similar access to community amenities such as, that means for example. And if you look at what makes Palo Alto, it's schools. There's not, when you look for housing, and particularly in Palo Alto, they will list which schools are closest to that real estate listing. And that's because Palo Alto, the value of being in Palo Alto, the reason why prices are so higher here is because of its schools. And that's a factor that needs to be taken into consideration when looking at comparable housing. So I just want to emphasize that point. Thank you.
So I'll just share a thought for colleagues that if we were to pursue an avenue that such as is not exclusive of schools, but potentially inclusive, we'd then run up against the question of, well, how do we value that? We have some inherent value to that education, but we also actually have numbers that are comparable cost to education, because we're basic aid district, retitled now, but we basically have more expenditure per student than surrounding school districts. And so each student who each year that goes through our district is having that additional dollar amount spent on them. And that's something for us to consider, whether that is an objective way to look at the benefit that's being derived there.
Councilmember Wobach.
Thank you. I also was planning on discussing this issue, and I hate to belabor it, but I'd like to continue to explore the issue that was just raised by Councilmember Burt just a little bit more. And again, I'm looking at not only the comments you've just made, but looking at which document is this? This is the pre-hearing statement, page 8, by the applicant, that any mention of the schools within the ordinance is intentionally absent. Again, I find it difficult to reach the conclusion that it was intentionally absent when the language seems open-ended and inclusive, not exclusive, not only on ordinance page 2, where the words such as are used in describing a comparable mobile home park, but also on page 6 of the ordinance, G, so we're looking at 9.76.040, hearing procedures, which says the hearing officer shall approve the application on the condition that the mitigation measures proposed by the park owner are adequate to mitigate the adverse impacts on the displaced residents, and may condition the approval on additional conditions, including, but not limited to, the following, etc. So there are a couple of places in the ordinance where flexibility and going beyond the examples given are allowed for by the hearing officer. And so, again, the question is, for the applicant, how do you, in light of both of those, how do you justify, first, the claim that we must assume that the absence of the word schools or school district or Palo Alto Unified School District is intentional? And secondly, how do you reach the legal conclusion that we are precluded from considering them, given, again, what I just cited in 9.76.040 item G? So if you could share your thoughts on that, please. The applicant.
So, Margaret Nanda, on behalf of the park owner, the applicant, as you call them, I think that there is two aspects to our position on this with respect to the non-inclusion of the word schools. Okay, so when you look at the definition of comparable housing, okay, it says it has similar access to shopping, medical service, etc. So it does not say comparable mobile home park. It does not mirror the language in subsection B of comparable mobile home park, which says such as shopping, medical service, recreational facilities, and transportation. And what we're discussing here and what they're focusing on is comparable housing. There's a difference in the wording. Okay, you're suggesting that the word such as means that the definition stretches. And I was saying that when we were discussing comparable housing, when there is a difference like that in the language between the two, I don't think it stretches when you don't use the word such as. That's number one. Number two, okay, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just keeping track for myself.
So number two, number two, I'm talking about the record of the council minutes and the discussion at the time the ordinance was discussed, and there were several meetings about the council meetings about the language contained in the ordinance. And I am talking about what I pointed out to Mr. Labadie in our closing brief, which is part of your the record before you, that the council meeting minutes and the discussion appear to point to the fact that the Assistant City Attorney, Ariel Colon, was looking at certain ordinances, okay, including the City of Monrovia. It's specifically discussed. The residents are represented by an attorney, Bruce Stanton, who is a well-known attorney practicing about the same amount of time that I has, who normally represents residents. He is representing the group of residents, and he represents to the council that he has reviewed over 150 ordinances, or something to that effect, and that the language here is exactly what it should be. Okay, so that's the first thing. And again, then now you're saying that now you want me to turn to a different subsection where it talks about...
I'm not saying, I'm merely asking.
Okay, yes, okay. So you're asking me to look at section 040 and subsection G.
Yes.
That, because he can condition additional conditions, including but not limited to the following. And so, yes, if you're asking me, does that language provide for a plethora of possible additional conditions? Yes, that does not necessarily mean that they are related to or justified by the terms of the ordinance. Furthermore, I think that the fact that that language is there, Councilman Woolbach, and that Craig Labadie in his decision specifically resists and rejects their suggestion that schools should be included because he finds a lack of legislative intent on behalf of this city council, dictates that that should not be stretched to that. Because if he's finding that there is no basis for it, why would he stretch to that? If you're asking me, is it possible for him to stretch to that? Of course it's possible, but he did not in fact do that.
So,
for the reasons that he states there.
okay, so let me see if I can respond or have follow-up questions for each of your responses there. And I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much for engaging with these very complex topics. First, you identify that in 9.76.020 definitions, although the words such as, which I think we can agree now are inclusive and not exclusive, appear in subsection B, though the inclusive and broader language of such as is not included in subsection C. However, subsection C, does it not refer back to subsection B when it refers to a comparable mobile home or comparable mobile home park at the end of that paragraph, thus leading us back again to the inclusive language? Thus, subsection C includes subsection B and thus includes the broader language of such as. Does it not, or am I misinterpreting this?
I'm not saying you're misinterpreting it. I'm saying what I've been saying all along. You are saying such as is basically the lead-in to an unlimited field. And I'm telling you, in my opinion and experience, it is not. And that such as, those words that follow it don't stretch to schools. And I've said that all along. And then in the subsection C, it's similar access to the specific things that they mention there, or yes, comparable mobile home. We disagree on the meaning of such as. And so I understand your position that it stretches to include everything. I just don't personally agree with that.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that it stretches to include anything and everything. Again, my question here is, one, does the reference of subsection C back to subsection B mean that we can see some flexibility, however broadly you define such as? There is certainly more broad language there. That is certainly a more inclusive and broad, open-ended statement than its absence. That's why you've drawn the distinction between subsection B and subsection C, because such as is more inclusive and not as exclusive. So we'd agree that such as is somewhat more inclusive. We have yet to determine exactly how much more inclusive it is. But does not the reference of C back to B by using the phrase comparable mobile home park, which takes us back to the prior definition, does that not mean that subsection C also includes that flexibility, however broad that flexibility is, of such as?
It is, if you can interpret it that way, although it is very interesting that the items are not expanded. It is such as Those are the same, right? Shopping, medical service, recreational facilities, and transportation. So again, in my view, since those don't stretch to school, the fact that it refers back to that definition does not mean that all of a sudden schools are included in comparable housing. I know we see it differently, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, again, I'm just trying to break this down one step at a time.
Okay.
And you might be right. I may agree with you in the end. Again, the specific question that we're focusing on is whether C refers back to B, and it seems that you agree that it does.
Well, to the extent that it talks about a comparable mobile home to a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park, and there is a definition of that in the ordinance in A and B. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we agree on that.
Okay,
Again,
all right.
it is certainly clear that the word school, the phrase Palo Alto Unified School District, or the value of the local education, none of that is included in the ordinance explicitly. Completely agree on that. However, I'm not, so the next question is, I'm not sure how the failure of the city attorney at the time of the writing of the ordinance to include one additional specific example of a community amenity is evidence that it was intentionally excluded when inclusive language was listed. The point of inclusive language is to say that it could be other things that we have left off of this list. Think about Amendment 9 of the Constitution, where it says, essentially we've listed some rights of individuals, and we might have forgotten some others. This should not be read to be an exclusive list. That's the point of adding expansive language, right, is to prevent anyone at a later time of saying, legally, this is an exclusive list. It's to leave an opening for at least consideration of other items which may have been left off. Is that not the point of more expansive language in general?
Well, of course, attorneys often use the phrase including but not limited to. We don't really use the phrase such as. I think the point here again, and I can only make it one more time, maybe I'm not being clear, I would again refer you to the record below. You look at I have looked at a lot of mobile home park conversion ordinances. City of Sunnyvale, for example, includes the word school. Okay, San Jose includes the word schools in this definition of comparable. Now we have an assistant city attorney and the attorney for the resident association. The assistant city attorney drafts the ordinance. He drafts the ordinance at the instruction of the council. And he says, I have looked at and compared this, and he mentions the city of Monrovia. And again, I don't think that my conclusion is so far-fetched when, again, the hearing officer, who I had no control over.
And I've not claimed you did.
When he came to the same conclusion I did, was that for the Residents Association to contend that schools are included in the definition when the legislative record, when the record below does not support that he found a lack of legislative intent to include schools in the definition.
Right. So there was clearly an absence of those words in the legislation. We can certainly blame the city attorney at the time, or assistant city attorney, and perhaps even the council at the time for not including that explicitly. However, again, the point of including expansive language, even if it's not the more typical legalistic language of including but not limited to, the purpose of including expansive language, unless I'm mistaken, it seems you agree, is to allow for consideration at a future time of items which may have not been included in a specific list.
And the reason I don't necessarily agree with you, council member, is because, again, the schools were apparently, according to public testimony at the hearing, and for those residents who had lived in the park a long time, just as important and just as much a factor in the city of Palo Alto in the year 2000 and 2001 as they are today.
Right. I understand.
So
I actually graduated myself from Gunn back in '99, so I'm aware of the high quality of our schools prior to the writing of the ordinance. But again,
my assumption is if it's that important, and if it's in other ordinances that the city attorney is looking at, they would have included it.
So again, I recognize that there was a failure to include it specifically. The question is how you reach the conclusion that its absence was intentional when there was, and secondly, let me get back to the larger point, which is even if it's not there, what precludes us from consideration of this in some way at this point legally? Is there some legal prohibition on us considering this? And this is something that's open to city attorney, but since you're already standing, I'll give the applicant's attorney a chance to speak. Then I'd like to hear from city attorney, and then I'll also turn my line of questioning to the appellant.
So I would.
But thank you for bearing with me through a difficult line
no problem.
of questioning.
I think again, its absence and its intentional absence, in my opinion, based on the record of the council meetings, means that it should not be included in a later date, because it's not up to this council now to interpret, while you can look at the ordinance. The ordinance is the law in the city. It was adopted in 2001. It says what it says, and it's not up to us to rewrite it. And as I understand it, that it is unusual in administrative practice and interpretation of ordinances to read into them more than what is contained in them.
I understand what you're saying. I disagree to the extent that I think that the inclusive language allows for at least consideration of some things which might not be explicit. Although I have yet to determine for myself, and I think my colleagues may agree, whether that would include the schools. However, again, the question is whether it specifically excludes the schools. And secondly, is there legal prohibition on us considering that in some way? Again, referring back to 9.76.040 subsection G.
So since I think I've said all I can, I guess your question is
I'll turn to the city attorney.
Thank you, council member. This is an issue that was contested between the parties. It may remain a topic of additional legal procedure. It's before the council for determination. It's not helpful to the city for me to comment publicly in this forum.
Thank you. And also, I'll turn to the appellant's attorney. So you've heard the discussion we've just been having. So for the residents' attorneys, you've obviously placed a great deal of emphasis on the schools, on the importance of the schools. There's obviously a debate about whether they even can be considered. But I'm curious to hear, after all of the time that you've spent talking about the schools, to what end, legally, in this procedure? Recognizing that Palo Alto schools are fantastic for those of us who attended them, or friends and family and neighbors who have attended them. But in the context of this proceeding, exactly how do you propose that the relocation package be modified, improved, to accurately reflect what you see and can demonstrate would reflect the presence of Buena Vista within the Palo Alto Unified School District? And I'm looking for specific asks that relate to action that we can legally consider in this procedure.
Well, thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to the issues about schools. If an ordinance is clear about what amenities require, I mean, intent really shouldn't be considered. And the ordinance specifically talks about community amenities, and like we stated, the such as allows for an exclusive list of amenities, which should include schools. In terms of how schools play into your decision and what you look at, we've talked a lot about the plan that the park owner needs to come up with. And so,
Although that's debatable, but not really my line of questioning. Sorry to interrupt.
so when you're looking at the relocation assistance that the park owner has to provide and what is going to allow residents to move to a comparable community, you should require the park owner to include schools in that list of comparable communities and assess what comparable communities are that residents can move to that have comparable schools and that will allow residents to have a high quality education similar to what is available to students in Palo Alto. When you look at when you look for housing, there's a list of amenities that are included with that housing. In many, many cases, the first thing that comes up is schools. It's the most important community amenity, especially for families with children, which make up the vast majority of Buena Vista residents. And so what we request that the City Council do is instruct the park owner to require a relocation assistance that's not only going to allow residents to move to comparable housing, but is going to specifically include schools in that definition of comparable housing.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of 3 questions. I'm confused about something that was said earlier and is in the record. And I guess first I will ask the owner's attorney. Lavity, when he looked at the existing living units there, said that he gave the owners credit for 2 to 3 bedrooms, and that was appropriate, but not in considering relocation. And so it's confusing to me, like how you could get credit on the one hand, but not have that carry through when considering relocation. So,
well, okay. So Margaret Nanda on behalf of the park owners. So, Mayor, I think the 2 to 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms that they created in these homes, often by drawing a partition across a room or so on and so forth, those were recognized as bedrooms in the appraisal. And so the appraised value reflects the illegal or additional bedrooms the people created. Now what he didn't, so it is recognized and compensated for. What he didn't do was say that when a park owner, excuse me, not a park owner, but when a mobile home or trailer owner or RV owner at Buena Vista created out of the living room by drawing a string across the room and erecting a curtain, a bedroom, that when we pay rental subsidy, that we must pay we must count the number of bedrooms that were created by the tenant at Buena Vista. So it was included in the appraised value of the home, which is part of the relocation assistance because it's included in the lump sum package.
It still seems lopsided to me. And I guess this might be a question for City Attorney. We don't have any zoning that I'm aware of or could find that governs mobile home park additions, setbacks, anything of that nature. I did not find anything of that nature.
Thank you, Mayor Holman. So I'm not a planner, but it's my understanding that those issues are regulated by the state, by HCD, which typically delegates inspection authority to the county. So although the park resides within the city limits, this type of activity is undertaken by the county.
So what triggers legal nonconforming? So the value is considered in terms of appraisal, but not in terms of moving forward. It goes to what Councilmember Scharf was talking about a 1-bedroom versus a 2-bedroom. So, what constitutes legal nonconforming? So even if it was like, a tough shed set up against the side of a trailer, would that be considered illegal nonconforming and should be counted?
So again, Councilmember, again, I'm not a planner, but it's my understanding that these units would not be permitted, construction work on the units would not be permitted in the same way that the experience that you're drawing on, which is traditional housing in all the other residential zones within the city. So we don't have that same type of situation here. These issues are regulated by state law, and then again, HCD is working with counties on some implementation issues.
It seems similar to me, and I think I just have, maybe one more comment. There's been a lot of discussion about, schools being included or not, and the language such as, and statements made that it's not explicitly included, so it wasn't intended to be there. And the word intention and intend has been used a lot. I'm not an attorney. You're not a planner. I'm not an attorney. But in 5+ years on council and 8.5 years on planning commission, I've been instructed and corrected by a number of city attorneys. And I remember in one particular case, in looking at the zoning ordinance update, that the then city attorney, when we were looking at what language we wanted to use to give clear direction on something, we were struggling with language, and the city attorney then said, I can't interpret intention. And I guess this is more of a statement than a question, but the word intention and intend has been thrown around. I understand the arguments. I hear what your basis is, but that's always stuck with me. I can't interpret intention. So maybe city attorney has something to say with that.
I think I actually maybe can make some general comments about this. The reason that the parties have referred to that, and that the hearing officer, I believe, uses that word in his decision, is that we are all lawyers, and when a court looks at a writing, a contract or a statute or an ordinance, the court asks what was intended by the language. So that's a traditional activity that we engage in as lawyers. It's not the same thing as looking into someone's heart and mind. It's not personal in that regard. It's an attempt to ascertain what was meant by the language when it was drafted.
And that also seems very, very close to me. So I think this would be a really good time to take like about a 5 or 6 minute break, stretch our legs. Councilmember Scharf?
If just before they do, if you can just indulge me, I had one follow-up to Corey's such as question for Ms. Nanda. So I wanted to make sure we were on the same page in terms of how the ordinance works. So the term comparable mobile home park has different language than comparable housing.
That's correct.
If you want to just pull it up 3, it might be easier for you.
Okay.
It's on packet page 3 or 2 of the ordinance definition we have, right? So I'm looking at comparable mobile home park and comparable housing. Mm-hmm. Comparable housing does not have the such as language. Mm-hmm. Comparable mobile home park does, mm-hmm. right? The only time in the ordinance that comparable mobile home park matters is when you're going ahead and taking your existing mobile home park at Buena Vista and physically moving that mobile home park. Otherwise, the language does not matter. Is that correct?
That is the only place. In addition, I think it's important to recognize that, again, there are no other mobile home parks in Palo Alto.
But wait, that's irrelevant.
Okay.
I don't see what difference that makes.
Okay.
The point is, I'm asking you is, when you were asked about the such as questions, that would only apply if someone was moving their mobile home park from Buena Vista to another mobile home park. If you're looking at the opposite of that, which is a lump sum payment, then we're talking about comparable housing. And comparable housing does not have the such as language.
Yes, in the, so you're talking about 9.76040, hearing procedures, where it talks about in subsection G, what I was talking about with Councilmember Woolback, which is including but not limited to, and it divides it between residents in subsection 1, residents whose mobile homes can be relocated to a space in a comparable mobile home park, and then says what what mitigation assistance they will receive. That is correct.
And they're two different ones. So I guess my question was, it seems to me, actually, and this wasn't addressed by the hearing officer, that the only time the schools may actually get in there, under Councilmember Walbach's argument, and they might actually, would be if someone was actually physically moving their mobile home park. So is anyone physically moving their mobile home park? Because if so, maybe we should take the schools into consideration on that. But if they're not physically moving their mobile home park, I don't see the argument for taking the schools into consideration.
So, again, we discussed this in the RIR and then discussed it at the public hearing. The age of the units in the park, with the exception of the park, there is something called a park unit, which Mr. Beccaria referred to, which are not mobile homes and which are registered through the DMV, but which are the most recent, are the least old in the park. It's possible, but in my view, highly unlikely or improbable that they could be moved. I say that because no park will accept them.
So there are different benefits. So at some point, do the residents then choose and say, I'm moving my mobile home park because I found this park that'll take me? Or do they, they must choose at some point?
Yes, they do. They do. Again, with the assistance of the housing relocation specialist, first of all, any vacant mobile home spaces in any parks are available. And again, what is available today is a snapshot. What is available when they move is another matter. Then, of course, there is the issue of whether or not, even with a vacant space, the mobile home, RV, trailer, or whatever would be accepted at the mobile home park. And that, I can only say, again, in 35 years of experience, is that my experience is that either brand new homes are accepted, purchased through dealers, or very new homes. Because park owners accepting new homes into their parks, or accepting different homes on a vacant space, want to improve the overall appearance of their parks. It isn't a situation here where park owners are sitting around with a lot of vacant spaces. Okay, sorry.
I got that.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I mean, it's okay.
Thank you. With all due respect, I do want to point out that the definition of comparable mobile home park, which refers to the specific amenities, does come into play for residents whose mobile home cannot be moved. The ordinance specifically says a lump sum based on consideration of the cost of moving to and purchasing. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. This is 9.76040 F2.
Page 7 of the ordinance.
Page 7 of the ordinance.
So page 7 of the ordinance.
Yes.
Or what?
2A.
Okay, yes, this is section 9.76040. It's a lot of letters, I'm sorry.
Right, hearing procedure.
A2. And this is for residents whose mobile homes cannot be moved. It's a lump sum based on consideration of the cost of moving to and purchasing or renting comparable housing, including but not limited to the cost of purchasing a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park. And if you turn back to the definitions of both a comparable mobile home and a comparable mobile home park, that's where the question about the list of amenities and the terms such as that we've been talking about. I also want to point out that the term comparable housing specifically references page 2, subsection B of section 9.76020, the definitions. And let me read that to you. It specifically says, located in a community that has similar access to shopping, medical services, recreational facilities, and transportation for a comparable mobile home in a comparable mobile home park, which references to the earlier subsection B, which talks about comparable mobile homes, lists the community amenities such as that we've been discussing. And the reason this is important is because schools come into play for both residents who can be moved, whose mobile home can be moved, and those residents who cannot be moved. I also want to make a point about going back to page 7, subsection F2A. That section is expansive, and it's your role today to interpret your ordinance as you see appropriate. And the ordinance allows you to have a de novo review, so you don't have to take everything that the hearing officer says. And if you think that there are certain things that are important that need to be part of the mitigation assistance, it is not just the option, but actually your responsibility to include that as part of the mitigation assistance that residents receive. The lens that we have to look at this through is what is it going to take to mitigate the negative impacts of the park closure. And if schools need to be considered, and if there's some kind of payment that the residents should receive for losing the opportunity to attend Palo Alto schools, that needs to be considered as part of the mitigation assistance. This is about mitigating the negative impacts of the park closure and allowing residents to move to a comparable community as Palo Alto. And, we've stressed this so much tonight, but that needs to include the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have two very brief follow-up here. One Councilmember Wilbach, one Councilmember Berman.
Really quickly, I think that I actually agree with this point of the appellant's attorney that essentially the definition of comparable housing includes the option of a comparable mobile home park. And we see that on page 2 of the ordinance, and we see it on page 7 of the ordinance, at least, and there might have been a third place as well. Oh yeah, and also on page 5 of the ordinance as well, under I, right in the middle.
Councilmember Berman.
That sounded more like a statement than a question. So let me ask a question of the appellant's attorney, if I may, and then I might bring it to the applicant also. But so in regards to the issue of schools, and I'm not trying to imply one way or another what my thoughts are on it at this time, but I am trying to think of functionally how that might be addressed in the relocation package. Is it the intent, and I am looking for specifics here, is it the intent of the appellant that be factored in on the part of the rent subsidies that are provided? Or is that factored in terms of the appraisal of the mobile home?
That's a good question. It's like we said, it's how you interpret it, and I think that the schools can be factored into both the definition of comparable housing, because we're talking about the vast majority of residents who can't stay in Buena Vista, and so it contemplates moving to a comparable community, comparable mobile home park, all of those community amenities such as schools. The rent, it's realistic it's a good possibility that a lot of residents are not going to be able to move to a mobile home, a comparable mobile home, and their options are going to be to rent. And so in looking at rental opportunities as a source of comparable housing, I think the council should also consider schools and the ability to access similar quality schools that Palo Alto has. I mean, you've heard a lot of testimony about that. You've heard the vast difference in dropout rates for Latinos living in Buena Vista versus living in the Silicon Valley generally. And so this is a very, very important issue.
Thank you. And now a quick question. No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, council members, let's take a 6-minute break, and I ask that everyone come back, please, in 6 minutes. Thank you. if you all could help us in calling the meeting back to order, that would be appreciated. What I think we'll do, and has been suggested, is that we will go by lights and do, say, a 3-minute round on comments, and then entertain a motion, because we do have a good amount of consideration tonight.
A round of comments, and then we're going to come back and do motions.
Yes, please. So I can either go down the row or do by lights.
Why don't you go down the row?
No preference?
Go down the row.
Councilmember Berman, are you ready for comments?
Not for 3 minutes, What can you say in 3 minutes?
Well, we're a compassionate council. We'll not hold you to the exact minute.
Well, I'll start my comments now, and then I'll finish them on the second round. So I guess I'll just say some macro comments right now, which is, tonight is probably the most difficult night I've ever had on council. Often as a city council member, I'm free to let my values dictate my vote. And I've been comfortable and confident with all the votes that I've cast. I voted against the vehicle habitation ban, and my values led me to that decision, and I remain comfortable with it. Same with my vote in support of 60 units of affordable housing at Maybell, and other controversial votes that I've taken. But tonight is different. Tonight, my values are pleading with me to do everything that I can to stop the closure of Buena Vista and to keep its residents in place. You all, the residents of Buena Vista, are incredibly important to the fabric of our community. The dwindling socioeconomic diversity of Palo Alto is a major concern of mine. Having grown up in Palo Alto in the 80s and 90s, and with friends from different backgrounds and all different walks of life, was instrumental in framing the values that I have today. We're losing that socioeconomic diversity, and I'm worried that we're losing it permanently. And it's not just Buena Vista residents who are being forced out of Palo Alto either to the East Bay or beyond the East Bay. More than 40% of Palo Altans are renters, and many of them, who are far from wealthy, can't keep pace with the rise in housing costs in Silicon Valley today. The 7-unit building next to mine was purchased a few years ago, and the owner renovated the units one at a time, more than doubling rents and forcing out the old tenants. One of them, a young couple with 3 children, were lucky enough to get a spot when the new affordable family housing complex on the corner of Alma and Homer opened a bit over a year ago. I was catching up with an old friend actually a couple of hours ago who used to rent an apartment in College Terrace. And he told me that he now lives in Fremont. His landlord unexpectedly increased rents, and they were forced to move across the bay. And they have 2 young boys, one's 1 year old and one's 3 years old. That's why it's so important that we increase our affordable housing stock in Palo Alto. That's why my values lead me to support affordable housing projects, even when they exceed traditional zoning. Buena Vista exceeds traditional zoning. Its underlying zoning is for 15 units an acre, but it currently has closer to 25 units an acre. So I was relieved to see individuals and groups in our community that have so strenuously opposed affordable housing that exceeded zoning in the past, and some of whom have doubted the demand for affordable housing at all in Palo Alto, come out to support Buena Vista. I really hope this is a turning point in our community in understanding and valuing affordable housing for our neighbors, and I look forward to working with them and our entire community in the future as we struggle to identify affordable housing options in Palo Alto. There will be plenty more opportunities for me to allow my values to drive policy decisions that I will make, but tonight's different. Tonight, I'm not making a policy decision. Tonight, my job is to determine whether or not state law and city ordinance are being followed. And I guess I'll finish those comments when we come back around.
If you want to complete them now and they're not lengthy, you're welcome to.
Getting into the details of Buena Vista would be quite lengthy, so I'll save that.
Councilmember Sharf, and thank you, Councilmember Berman.
So I'll say I concur for the most part with Councilmember Berman. This is really a very difficult situation to be in as a city council member, because we're used to being a legislative body. We're used to solving problems. And what we're asked to do here is to really be a judge and to judge the record and to listen to the attorneys make their arguments and to, follow the law. And that's a difficult position to be in. I know that, in one's heart, we'd really like to do everything we can to make sure the park doesn't close. But that's really not what tonight is about. Frankly, the question before us is whether or not the hearing officer, made an appropriate decision and whether or not that's the decision we should follow. And, if we should change it or look at it, but all within the confines of what the statute and the law says. So we have very little discretion of how we move forward. And no matter how the council votes today, I think one of the things people should view that is not a vote to close the park if people uphold the hearing officer's decision, but really the beginning of how to save the park. And I know that Senator Joe Simitian, who's nice enough to grace us with his presence here both evenings, has been working hard to do that and has gotten money from the county, and I know our city manager has as well. And one of the things I'm looking forward to, frankly, is that when this is done, that we can all, as a community, come together and see how we can save Buena Vista. And I think that's really the message I wanted to give on that. And that's really separate and apart from the decision we make tonight. And the decision we make tonight is on the record and on the legal requirements that we have to do. And at least that's how I'm thinking about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Well, it's going to be 3 in a row here. I don't think there can be any misinterpretation of the human suffering that's going to happen if the park closes. A lot of these Palo Altans are not likely to find housing anywhere near Palo Alto. In some cases, even within the Bay Area. Children in Palo Alto schools will be uprooted and taken elsewhere. People with jobs nearby will be unable to keep those jobs. So to compress all that stuff into the words reasonable costs of relocation is a bleak and bitter irony. However, root here issue is not really the park conversion itself, but the price of housing in the surrounding area, which is a flywheel of the Bay Area's economic growth and limited space. It affects all renters in the Bay Area. Half of Palo Alto residents are renters. But the highest impact is on low-income renters since they'll have to move the farthest. And so once again, a heavy load falls on our most vulnerable. And as Mark pointed out, the socioeconomic diversity of the town shrinks. Nobody here wants to close the park. However, what we have is a legal issue here. Socioeconomic diversity of the city of Palo Alto is not the responsibility of the park owner. It's an issue for governments and communities. And as Councilmember Scharf said, I hope this can be the beginning of the process by which the governments and communities find a solution to this problem. As long as the park owners complied with the ordinance, I think it's time to let them out of this equation and let the governments, communities take it up. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, we're dealing tonight with state law, city ordinances that focus us on administrative law that we're dealing with and the process that we're going through. But it is important over the last 2 nights that we recognize what we have. We have a community, diverse community that is a key and important part of our city. We have the probably largest affordable housing group in the city that's critical to our future. And we're trying to address the question, how do you value that? And I think it's important we look at the process and what the hearing officer gave to us. But I think it is also important that we look at adjustments that are in our power to make about reflecting a bit of that value to the community. And I would look for some adjustments that take into account the value of schools and safety, and maybe that recognize the family notion of Buena Vista, which are 1 and 2 bedroom equivalents in apartments.
Councilmember Wilbach.
There's not a whole lot I can add to, as far as the general framing questions, there's not a whole lot that I can add to what's already been said by my colleagues. I fully support the comments, I think, made by all of my colleagues so far. I'll just add a couple of things. One, as I mentioned before, I'm a product of our school district. That's been a key theme this night, and I fully recognize how valuable that is. Also, when I was a teenager, I spent countless hours at Buena Vista. One of my best friends in the world, his family used to live there, and I've spent countless hours there, and I know how special a part of our community it is. But again, as my colleagues have pointed out, how much we love our schools and how much we love Buena Vista and its residents is not the question before us tonight. I know this is not the time to be making motions, but I'll say that when it comes time to make motions, I'm going to be inclined to agree with the hearing officer for the large part. If there are within reason opportunities to modify the relocation package so that it fully reflects the value of having a home in Palo Alto, I will be eager to hear my colleagues' suggestions about how to do that. And I look forward to, once we have concluded this quasi-judicial function, I look forward to engaging in further policy discussions that may relate to Buena Vista in a way that brings all parties to the table to find positive solutions. It pains me greatly to say that, but that's where we're at.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I want to focus on us trying to talk about where we're headed. I think that both the appraiser and the hearing officer and really all the parties have proceeded with a good faith effort on this and largely done an effective job. But I think we've been pursuing a couple of areas that may be the guidance of the council to have reconsideration of a couple elements of the compensation package and the appraisal methodology. So I'm going to be interested in looking at with the comparable housing reflecting the need for more than 1 bedroom for families that have large number of family members, and I also want to have it reviewed on assuring that we did not have a narrow prescriptive definition of what amenities are. That doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily be able to include the full value or cost even of, for instance, education in Palo Alto in this compensation package, but at the same time, I'm not sure it should be completely excluded. And there are other amenities that I'm not sure were fully considered. And the final aspect is this imperfect record as to what degree the value of these homes has been discounted by the implicit sunsetting of this park over the last dozen years or so. And that's reaffirmed by basically the lack of maintenance investment that was made in it. So to some degree, that's another factor. It doesn't necessarily mean that any one of those would constitute a radical change in the appraisal. But I think there are factors that should be included. So I'm going to be looking for reasonable ways that we can give guidance for the appraisal update to include those factors.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I think my colleagues have said very well how difficult an issue this is, and it really is. It's clear, hearing from everybody last night, that this is a safe, stable community. I mean, in the report, I think 77% of the residents have been there for 5 years or more, 45% over 10 years. And it's clearly a valuable community to the people that live there, and it's valuable to Palo Alto. And we're being asked to weigh some really difficult questions. I think, Councilmember Burt just mentioned, did we really capture all the aspects of a comparable community, and were there issues that were unique to this park because it's been contemplated to close for such a long time? What are the factors to consider in comparable housing? And we heard many comments last night about how safe the park is. Palo Alto has a lot of city services, and even the owner's expert witness said that people do whatever it takes to move here for the schools. And so I think we do need to include those aspects. And then in regards to the unpermitted additions, they exist. And I believe we should include them everywhere, including for the rent differential. And so when we get to motions, I'd like to see us do a couple of things. I think I'd like to see us direct the hearing officer when he's updating the appraisals to use a methodology that puts more weight on the in-place value that includes things like safety in schools. I'd like to see the hearing officer update the average rents using a methodology that uses more comprehensive data sources and looks at more cities on the peninsula. And I'd like to see a process for people to understand what the offer is, be able to submit a written appeal, have the owner be able to rebut that, and then have the hearing officer have some additional amount of time to issue a final ruling. And then one last thing that we really haven't talked about are the appeal rights of the handicapped members of the community. I would also like to see them have the same kind of appeal process and have that be spelled out where they will see their final package and be able to appeal it or object in writing.
Councilmember Niss.
Well, I would not disagree that for those of you sitting there and we're saying this is very hard for us, I would say it's very hard for you. You are the people who are going to be affected. And almost no matter how much we alter or change what we may do tonight, this will affect your lives. The only hope that I can hold out with this is that sometimes when you get to the very end and the very edge of something else will happen. And I think Councilmember Berman mentioned earlier, I'm not sure whether he's Senator Simitian now or Supervisor Simitian, mentioned that there is an $8 million amount from the county that he has brought through his colleagues in order to make that available. Our city manager has made another $8 million available. I think what we can hope is that there are others in the community, because of what has happened here last night and tonight, there are others in this community that will respond and say, this is a portion of our community that really we should look at carefully and consider, could it be saved at some point? And I don't want you to give up hope. I know you're here. I know you're going to be discouraged by wherever we head tonight, because you've all heard that we are sworn to uphold state law and actually uphold what the county has control over as well. And this is really a tough position for all of us. Everyone feels bad about it. There's no question. But I never feel that you can give up that little glimmer that I hope is still out there. So I hope you will still keep hoping and talk to people. Let's hope the papers really discuss this extensively. And there may be that possibility.
Thank you, council members. I've said a number of times that a community is richer for its diversity. It's true. It's just true. Councilmember Berman mentioned that this is most difficult decision you've had to make as a council member. I'd say, quite frankly, it's one of the most difficult decisions ever having to be made. It's just hard. What you have in Buena Vista, sorry for the voice, it is what it is. What you have at Buena Vista is community. And Jane Jacobs, if you don't know about her, Jane Jacobs was in New York and fought very hard and successfully to maintain neighborhood, to maintain community when there were absolute threats to it. So, you know, this is so very hard, as Liz said, very correctly. This is hard for us. It is most difficult for you. But I think there is hope, because when we had the '89 earthquake, when there's any kind of disaster, if you look across the country, people pull together. Supervisor Simidian has things in play right now. You've heard the council members mention that the city has put forward some money as well. So this is an earthquake. And I think people will pull together to solve this for the Buena Vista owners and residents. Diversity is perhaps the greatest challenge to certainly Palo Alto, but other Bay Area communities as well. And as one of the speakers said last night, Palo Alto's color is green. We need to make it a rainbow. And I thought that was a good comment. You can tell by our questioning tonight that we have not come to this easily. We are bound, as we've read it twice. We are bound by the legal confines of what our decision-making is. You can tell by our questioning that we've come to this kicking and screaming. Nevertheless, we are bound by our legal constraints. So with that, and I do want to support the comment about schools. Schools here, I think, are an intangible, tangible. I remember campaigning in 2005 and meeting someone who was renting a part of a duplex on Alma, and she said that she was spending all of her savings just so her son could go through Palo Alto schools. So I think it is an intangible, tangible that ought to be considered at least to some extent. So with that, Councilmember Scharf, your light is on.
Thank you. I think everyone's comments were really good. I think we need to kick this off, and I guess I'd like to make the motion that the city attorney did as a draft motion, and then add to it section E. So if you have that up there, I'll give you the section E language in a second. And section E would be, in addition, where a one-bedroom mobile home unit has more than one bedroom, because of unpermitted bedrooms that were added, the rental subsidy for replacement housing shall be deemed to be a two-bedroom unit for families greater than 3 people.
If you're done, Greg, I'll second your motion.
Thank you. Did you get the language? I can say it again. So I had, in addition, where a one-bedroom mobile home unit has more than one bedroom, because of unpermitted bedrooms that were added, the rental subsidy for replacement housing shall be deemed to be a two-bedroom unit for families greater than 3 people.
And do you care to speak to your motion?
I do. I just wanted to
And
make
I'm
sure
sorry, Councilmember Niss, you seconded it, right? Okay. Councilmember Scharf.
Yeah. I spoke a little bit about how difficult this is. So I'm not going to repeat all of that. But I did want to say that when I looked at the hearing officer's decision, I do think the hearing officer really went through all of these issues, and they were litigated really, really well by the parties. And there was a thoughtful decision, and he addressed frankly, all of the issues we pretty much discussed tonight. He didn't really address this one-bedroom issue, and I don't think he tied it into the statute And that was probably my only real criticism of what he did in the decision. And so therefore, I think it's appropriate to go forward and do this. And when I asked counsel for the applicant what her feelings were on this and whether or not there was any legal impediments, she basically indicated there didn't seem to be any, frankly, from what I gathered. And that there was nothing in the record that would prohibit us from doing this, and I felt that we've given a fair opportunity on this, which I think is really important. I mean, I definitely wanted to hear from the applicant's attorney, you know, if there was any legal reason why they thought under the statute we couldn't do this. And I didn't hear that. I also think that the purpose of this statute is to make sure that if in the unfortunate event that the park does actually close, that the individuals living there can move on and can actually get housing. And what I heard was there was a bunch of families here that had 4, 5, 6 people, and I didn't quite see. In fact, I did not understand at all how that could occur, that they would move into a 1-bedroom and that we were basing it on a 1-bedroom apartment. That did not seem like a relocation or transition plan to me. So I think it's really important that we go ahead and do this. Now it's gotten really small, and I don't think anyone can read it. So I just thought I'd mention that. So I think this is, you know, obviously not, you know, doesn't make up for losing one's home. I'm not saying it does. I think what it does is it adds a measure of better planning in the unfortunate event this happens. And so I would ask that my colleagues support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Niss, would you care to speak to your second?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Holman. This is one of those motions that nobody wants to make and nobody wants to second, believe me. This is not where any of us want to be. There is some time built into this, and as I said earlier, what we're going to hope, as the mayor mentioned, is that this is Buena Vista's earthquake. And this is that opportunity to come together, to talk to the community, for all of us to get behind all of you. And we do this with great regret. You can probably see what's written up there, but it's difficult. We might do better almost if we made it even bigger and then you kind of scrolled through it. Can those of you out there read this or not? Yes, you can? So, okay, good. We can't split the screen or we would. So with great regret, I'm supporting this motion.
Council members, any other comments? Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Just a technical question. Is it appropriate to have that phrase because of unpermitted additions? That seems to penalize any permitted additions.
Oh, my understanding is that if there was a permitted addition, that already counts as a 2-bedroom.
Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
I thought everything was being treated as a 1-bedroom.
No, come to the microphone, please.
For the rental assistance.
On behalf of the park owner. No, the hearing officer's decision was that if the mobile home originally contained 2 bedrooms, that the rental subsidy should be for 2 bedrooms.
Right.
If it was originally a 1-bedroom, it should be a 1-bedroom rental subsidy.
Right, but there might be some permitted additions to a 1-bedroom.
So Vice Mayor Schmidt is asking the question is, are there any mobile homes that were originally 1-bedroom mobile homes, of which there was a permitted addition, and that you are counting it as a 1-bedroom with a permitted addition? The way I read the hearing officer's decision was that was not true. That would be a 2-bedroom.
Yes, and I believe, and I don't know if Mr. Beccaria can verify this, but my understanding is that none, was there one exception?
Can you come to the microphone, please? I'd appreciate it.
We're just clarifying as to whether they are all unpermitted or, go ahead, Mr. Beccaria.
I'm happy to just say permitted or unpermitted. That's fine. It might be the simplest way.
Why don't we make it simple and just weave that in?
You accept that, obviously, Vice
Yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Niss? Councilmember Du Bois.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment around timing, just to provide a little more clarity. So I think the days are clear here, but then it says the hearing officer shall make a determination, and it doesn't really give a time for the hearing officer to do that. So I propose after the written materials are submitted, this is in section C, after the park owner has this time to rebut, that we would give the hearing officer 30 days or something to make the determination and specify a time.
So where are you inserting that language, Councilmember Du Bois?
It's the,
in section C, but
it's
where?
the third sentence in section C.
Can you guys scroll up so the whole section C is?
Yeah. And while you're doing that, note on the screens that City Clerk has split the motion, so we've got most of it on the screen. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes.
So I think that's reasonable, but we would draft that to the extent practicable, or we'll make all reasonable efforts or some such, because we don't have the hearing officer before us now, and he will not be able to know whether he has a handful of specific matters or many dozens to deal with. And so we will need to provide some flexibility.
The first two things had a time limit. That one didn't have a time.
Because the parties that have control over those items are before you this evening.
And then,
so Councilmember Du Bois, I'm still not seeing where it's been added in here, though.
this third sentence where it says the hearing officer shall make a determination.
Which shall be final within 30 days, if practical, is that what you mean?
No, well, how much time, shall you make a determination with this set amount of time? Okay, so the city attorney will propose.
Okay, the city attorney will help with that.
The second part of that was on number D, which was the handicapped one. I'd also like to propose that they have the ability within a certain number of days to also submit a written objection. So kind of the clause D here for the is very undefined, I think, relative to clause C.
So I need some draft language from you, Councilmember Du Bois, please.
Yeah, so I'd like to see kind of have the same timeline.
Similar language that that we have in the other one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If the city attorney's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Okay. So city attorney.
Let's wait till the city attorney gets something drafted, and then we can see what we're actually talking about.
So the second comment was on clause D for the handicapped mitigations. Could we add language to have similar timing called out for that process?
So I would we certainly will need to hear from both parties on all of this, but in particular on that suggestion, because it's my understanding as a practical matter that what happens here, and this is not my field, I'm not an expert, but the parties will be able to tell you more, is that these are actual expenses that get worked out and perhaps paid on a pay-as-you-go basis for needed expenditures for those individuals. So I'm not sure.
There's no process to object, I guess, and D, it doesn't say that they could submit a written objection to whatever the mitigation is. Is that contemplated?
So unlike the other categories, it's not an amount, it's my understanding, can be determined and paid in lump sum in advance. Rather, this would depend on essentially documented actual expenditures that would need to be submitted, and the idea is that the hearing officer found adequate is that the relocation specialist is sufficiently independent to resolve those matters.
Okay, that's fine.
So I need to see if maker and seconder of the motion accept the language. Councilmember Sharf. Microphone, please.
So what I understood was that on C, we put in the language, the decision, where is it exactly? The hearing officer shall issue a short written determination to be final. I thought we just added language. Where is it?
Yeah, I'm also having a hard time finding it.
Well, I think we're not putting it in D now. We're not doing anything in D. At least that's what I understood. All right. Yeah.
Is this what City Attorney intended?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
City Attorney, is this what you intended?
Council members, just to remind you, this is direction to the staff to come back with specific written language documenting your decision. So we can, as long as we have an understanding of what the council has intended, we can come back, and council will have an opportunity at that point and an obligation to review our draft and make adjustments that are needed to conform with your intention.
So Councilmember Scharf
Yes.
and Councilmember Niss, are you okay with that language and intention?
Yeah, I'm reading that out right in front of me.
And since former Councilmember Klein is here, former Mayor Klein is here, I do this in his honor thereafter as one word. Okay, Councilmember Wilbach. Were you complete, Councilmember DuBois? Councilmember Wilbach?
Actually, in section E that was added, I just don't think we need the words "in addition." Minor tweak. That was it.
That's fine. We don't need the word in addition.
Friendly
You're
amendment.
correct.
Other council members? Councilmember Burt?
Well, the other concern I have is, first, the question of whether we want to have the appraisal reflect a more complete definition of amenities in the community. And there's nothing in this that gives any guidance for the considerations that we've been discussing tonight around that. The second concern I have is if we went that direction, how would we be able to have some verification that that occurred? We wouldn't have a process, presumably, that would come back for another hearing before the council, so it would be going before the hearing officer. So it's a question of whether we would want to direct some form of reappraisal with the new methodology to go before the hearing officer prior to, and be approved by the hearing officer prior to our official approval of the closure plan, that the closure plan would not be officially approved until that act had occurred. And so I would, we have a motion before us, but I'd like to have some discussion amongst us as to whether there is an interest in having those two actions be added.
Well, Councilmember Scharf, you're the maker of the motion. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do have lots of thoughts on it, actually. I have a lot of concerns, frankly, about how we would go forward on that. An appraisal, my concern is an appraisal is a legal way you do appraisals. There's a cost basis value, there's an income approach, and there's a sales approach. And appraisers all have a certain methodology. The statute anticipates an appraisal. I have a concern when we start telling an appraiser how to do their job when none of us really understand the business of appraisal. So I guess I feel like we'd be making it up on the fly a little bit. So I'm willing to have the discussion and understand where you're going with that, Councilmember Burton, but that's my initial concern.
May I respond? So it's not the methodology that I'm proposing, it is the scope of what is considered, and that's different. So he'd still be using one of those established methodologies. It's just a question of whether the scope of considerations, he's already got one scope that was used up until now, and the question is, do we agree that that scope was adequate, that it captured the full breadth of amenities, which in a common definition is more broad than the short list that we have following our such as, for instance. And that list, if it was intended to be limited to, I think we would have seen different language than what's in our ordinance. If it was prescriptive to just those factors, it would have been different language. And so I think if we aren't looking out for those additional considerations on behalf of the tenants, nobody else will.
So let's take it as a practical thing. I'd actually like to ask the appraiser at some point if we have this discussion of how you do that. So it goes something like this. Let's choose an additional factor as an example. You would say schools, for instance.
Schools and safety.
Schools and safety. So then would you like him to basically say he's only going to look at mobile home parks in communities which have good schools and which are safe? So that becomes a value judgment of how good the schools need to be. Are we looking at API scores? Are we saying, and we're looking at crime statistics? Or how are we giving direction on that says those communities? And is that what you mean, first of all?
Let's, I think your notion of let's see if the appraiser, if we gave this assignment, how would he go about doing it? So if we said we want these factors included, would it be looking purely for comps, or is there some way to assign some value basis, even if you can't find the comps?
Shall we ask the appraiser?
Yes.
Yes. Would you please come forward? Thank you.
First of all, I'll answer it as best I can. Thank you. I would like more time to consider it, though. I'd like to talk to my partner about it and maybe a couple of people that I confide with complex assignments. But off the top of my head, I think the only way to go about it right now, because what we're basically doing was we're excluding all the park data completely because it's been tainted because of the 2000 disclosure of the mobile home park closure.
We weren't really talking about that.
Well, it's embedded in what you're saying, though. Let me continue on. I know what you're saying about the schools, but part of the analysis was looking at all the sales history in the park and then looking at the sales in the competing parks. What we're being asked to do here is to focus on Palo Alto. And the only way I can think right now, although I'd like to have some more time to weigh it, would be to do perhaps a median price comparison between single-family residences in Palo Alto and compare it to single-family residences in whatever other communities I'm selecting, Mountain View or Sunnyvale, see what the percentage differential is, and then study that for all the different communities where I'm drawing data from, and then make a percentage adjustment for location in the report, a positive adjustment for the Palo Alto location that's reflective of what's being done for conventional housing between the various communities. I really don't off the top of my head, I can't think of any other way because there's no other mobile home parks in Palo Alto to go to that, where I could extract the information. So I've got to build it sort of with a mirror, to be able to reflect it back to the appraisal problem. Off the top of my head, I think that's probably the best way to go about it, but I'd like to reserve my final discussion with the hearing officer or the council until I have a chance to spend a little bit more time than 5 minutes here late at night where I'm kind of fading. So,
well, let me just say that one that seems like that might be a reasonable methodology. If we're attempting to come to a resolution tonight, we wouldn't be able to wait for that final feedback. We would have to give that discretion. So if we gave a guidance and gave the discretion to the appraiser, and depending on whether we want to build in a mechanism that appraisal then would get a review by the hearing officer, that seems like that might be a reasonable way to go. But I did want to concur with Councilmember Scharf that this issue about whether there was an impending closure of the park, we don't think we have to address that one way or another to say that these other value of these other amenities would be reconsidered in this reappraisal. I think both of us think that that's a separate issue, and we didn't fold it into this discussion. It was earlier discussed, but it's just really a question of whether we have captured the value of these other amenities adequately.
I guess just to clarify it for me, 'cause I guess I don't need to clarify it now. Maybe, no, okay. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Baccaria, and I look to city attorney. So they need time to think about this and see what the reasonable approach is. So if we put our intentions in the motion, how does that get reflected and come back to the council on May 4?
So I think it would make sense if the council has gotten its ideas substantially out to the hall here to invite the parties to have some feedback and input. And I will also think about your question about logistics, but we may hear some response from the parties as well.
So Councilmember Burt, do you want to put some draft language out there that gives the discretion to staff with input from both parties? And Councilmember Scharf is
can you
making the
clarify
motion.
how
Are you
this
okay with
input
that?
would occur?
I'm sorry, Mayor Holman. I was suggesting that you hear from them now, that you invite them to the mic to respond to
Hear
what
from
are
them
some
now.
substantially
Okay.
new ideas that the council has put forward.
Okay. So, let the resident's attorney.
Thank you. With regard to the appraisals, one suggestion that we have is to allow residents to submit their own appraisal and have the hearing officer either go with the appraisal that most closely meets the concerns that you have brought up, like schools and safety, or require the hearing officer, for example, to take the higher of the two. That's one way, I think, to address the issues that might be missing in the appraisal methodology that the owner used. We also have some concerns about other sections. I don't know if you'd like me to address those now, or would you like me to address those now? We do believe that disabled tenants should have a right to appeal the relocation assistance that is being provided to them. They are not going to know their complete assistance until after meeting with the relocation assistance, and it really brings up fair housing issues if a disabled tenant is not afforded the same opportunities to appeal a final relocation package that other residents would have. With regard to Section B, we just want to clarify that this does not mean 6 months after residents relocate, but that it's clarified to mean 6 months before. There was one, and I also want clarification that the notice that the park owner provides would only happen until after the appeal process has been completed as in section C.
Councilmember Sharp. Microphone.
Sorry, what was the question?
If you were inclined to accept the language or proposals by the tenants, it's one part. We haven't heard from.
So, no, I don't
PDD.
think that's how we were doing this. I always thought we'd listen to both sides and then council members could make suggestions. I wasn't really planning on making changes on what both sides wanted.
I thought we'd kind of heard from the park owner's attorney, but appraiser. So would you care to speak, Ms. Nanda?
I just wanted to also
You have more?
clarify that we agree with the instructing the appraiser to consider school and safety and those other factors.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nanda?
I think that my issue here is that, first of all, let me say at the outset that I think that you are not amending the mitigation assistance, you are amending the ordinance, and you can't do that at this point. So I preserve that objection for the record and a possible appeal. So I do think that's what you're doing. You're amending the terms of the ordinance. So the second thing is that it's very unclear based on what Ms. Aziz just said. So what we have here is ultimately, as I understood it, you are issuing a decision that says this is the mitigation, we will approve the application to convert or to close the park with this mitigation assistance. Okay, and I guess it includes, I think it includes Exhibit A from the hearing officer's decision plus this. That's not very clear, but let's assume it does. So what does that mean then? As I understand it, on May 4th, when you approve some version of this, it's a final decision of the council. So if the park owner chooses to accept this, that means that on the day following May 4th, on May 5th, the park owner could issue a 6-month notice of termination of tenancy under the civil code. That's the result of an approval of an application for conversion under your ordinance. So assuming that he accepted this, or the family accepted this, they could do that. Now, what I hear her saying is, no, before he gives out any notices or he does anything, he's got to do all these new appraisals. So it's not very clear what you're telling us. The way I read this right now is that, again, it's during the relocation impact report, the amendment to it at the hearing, and as approved by Labadie, says that we will provide an updated appraisal within 6 months of the owner's relocation. So I think that means just that it's within 6 months of the owner's relocation. I understand them to be saying, no, we're just going to do that right now, before you issue any notice of termination of tenancy. And I don't understand that logic, given that you have said in your amendment right here that the hearing officer's decision is final. It's not appealable to the city council. It's over with at that point. So what am I not? I think it's confusing. It's certainly confusing to us based on her statement and really what you are intending to do here. Clearly, you want to affect the outcome of the appraisals, which he voluntarily agreed to update. You're asking that the scope, you're calling it the scope, Councilman Burt, become greater, that certain factors that are not articulated in the ordinance right now be considered. Okay. And we're again not instructing as to methodology according to you, but it's really not clear, according to them, that's going to be done right away. And we don't get to do anything. And I don't think that's what the ordinance or the law says. Okay, if you are approving on May 4th the application for conversion, we have the legal right the following day. I'm not saying we will do it. I'm not representing that. I want everyone to understand the scope of it. then the application has been approved, and he has the legal rights that flow from that, which is to begin the conversion or the closure of the park. So that's my question.
Councilmember Burt.
So first, I don't think that additional comments by the appellant were intended to be incorporated in what I was setting forth in the motion. So you don't need to assume that those are suddenly folded into what I was proposing. So just focusing on what I was intending to propose, it is that the, and this is something that I may need to hear back, well, maybe your thoughts and the appraisers and maybe our city attorneys. So we already have in our motion that the final appraisals would be done subsequently in the 6 months, right? And so what we're talking about here is a revision to the methodology. And so I assume that that would mean that the appraiser would come up with some factor that would revise whatever appraisals of individual properties occurred in subsequent to the closure notification by a factor of X. So we wouldn't be asking prior to the approval of the closure plan to have reappraisals of those properties. It would be that the appraiser would go back and say, all right, I've looked at a broader notion of amenities as permitted by the ordinance under what we are saying, such as is not prescriptive, it's inclusive, and that he would come back and present that methodology to the hearing officer and say, my intention is that the appraisals will be adjusted upward by X amount as a result of these additional factors. So that's one of the things that now I probably want to ask the hearing officer, does that seem like a feasible way to do that?
So, but Councilmember, can I just ask, are you talking about the original appraisals, or are you talking about the appraisals that we agreed to do after, okay. So
because it's a factor, it's to both. I mean, if you went backward to those, if he went and said, oh, gee, I've looked at it and these additional considerations add 20% to the value, or whatever the number might be. If we were looking at the prior appraisals, it would be that number plus 20%. And then if it was the future ones, then it would simply be the new appraisals would have a factor that would include these other, a broader definition of amenities, community amenities, and it would presumably also be X% higher than he would have done if he hadn't included them.
Well, Councilmember Byrd, I can only say that I think what this council may, and I still think it's a very tenuous issue, but what you may have jurisdiction over doing is we have a hearing officer's decision and we have an amendment to the RIR that talks about a reappraisal within 6 months of the owner's relocation. Now, if this amendment or what you are proposing is that whether you call it the methodology, the scope, whatever you're saying, an X factor you're saying, that takes into account.
I'm calling it scope. Yeah.
Okay, scope, okay. That if the scope is going to change, it can change as to, I think, frankly, the only way it can be remotely legal is if it changes as to the future appraisals. But if you're suggesting that appraisal which are in the record, which were part of the IRR, which were part of the original hearing officer's decision, are now just to be thrown out the window and some other method, a new scope be used, I think that exceeds what can be done.
Well, I'm not sure why those even matter if we're going to have.
Well, that's right. That's right. So, but that's why I'm confused as to your point.
I'm not hung up on those because it's the future appraisals that are the ones that are going to be the basis for compensation. So,
well, yes, but you brought up the first one, so that's why I'm confused.
Well, I brought it up, but if you're seeing that as
I think there's an entire problem with doing it. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, but
Can I interject just for a moment?
Yeah.
Maybe this is helpful, maybe not. But I thought I heard Mr. Baccaria say that one way to do this would not involve throwing out the existing appraisals, but they would be adjusted based on the differential. You're shaking your head no, but it still seems like a reasonable way to me to do it. But based on a differential between what housing prices are as a percentage, what housing prices are in Palo Alto versus Menlo Park.
But why do we really care about those?
Yes, council members, can we focus on the new appraisals that will be done? I think we're clear that that's what needs to happen.
I don't see why the ones that have been done to date really matter very much. That's not going to be the basis for compensation.
Yeah, if I could just have a follow-up with Ms. Nanda before she disappears on this issue. I think let's assume for this moment that we're really only talking about the new appraisals, okay? So that's all that we're talking about. So your expert witness said that he could basically come up with a methodology, if I heard him correctly, to include some other scope, which Councilmember Burt said was, possibly public safety and schools. And so I thought this was your opportunity to tell us, and just because Councilmember Burt has suggested it, doesn't mean that we've all agreed to it. Even him has not necessarily said that's what he wants to do. So this is your opportunity to tell us why that's a good idea, why it's a bad idea, why it is not legal, or why it is legal. And what I heard from your appraiser is that he could put it into the methodology, and that's your own expert. And so then it becomes a question, because I at first was concerned that we would be telling an expert in the appraisal business of how to run his own business, and that would violate, but he says no. So now I want to know if there's other reasons that you would have concerns of. And I'm asking you because, if you were to take a writ of mandamus, which you've sort of indicated that, as always, you reserve your rights to do, I want to know what legal argument you would make, and I want to know now, and that's basically my concern.
Because I do not believe, Councilmember Scharf, that this is that a review of a hearing officer's decision, even de novo, is an opportunity to rewrite the ordinance. The ordinance contains plain and simple language. It contains language regarding the appraisals that are to be made and how they are to be made. And we amended the RIR to provide for an updated appraisal. We did not agree to an updated appraisal based upon a different scope. You are exceeding what is provided in the ordinance. Furthermore, there is in many ordinances.
So you're a lawyer. Mm-hmm. Explain to me how we're exceeding the scope of the ordinance.
Because you're changing the terms of the ordinance in terms of what the appraisal should contain. And furthermore, you are providing for a procedure which is not in the ordinance for the residents to contest individually the amount of those appraisals. Yes, okay, I don't have my glasses on, but doesn't it say that the hearing officer makes a determination? Look at subsection, whatever, I'm sorry, I think it's C. Okay, a hearing officer makes a determination. That is not in the ordinance today. In fact, had we not made the amendment we did, we would not be discussing updated appraisals because it's not in the ordinance. There is no, and the hearing officer makes a decision, and you either approve it or you're giving him, and he has said, he recites in his decision he doesn't have further jurisdiction.
So that language, I thought she was referring to additional language being proposed. That came from the city attorney. Should we ask the city attorney?
Yes.
Whether that's...
Let's ask the city attorney. That's
what's
city attorney's language.
Basis for feeling that's is not in violation of the ordinance?
Thank you, Councilmember. So there was some discussion amongst the parties before the hearing officer about the possibility of him retaining some limited jurisdiction to resolve any specific issues that might remain later in the process. And he did indicate, it's my understanding from reading the record, that both parties were amenable to some kind of limited retention of his jurisdiction. I believe the owner and the owner's attorney actually asked him to retain jurisdiction for 6 months, but she can correct if that's not the case. He did indicate in his decision that he did not have that authority under the ordinance, but I believe that he indicated that he thought that council could craft a limited delegation, so that is what's proposed here to respond to the concern that this supplemental updates on both the market survey and the appraisals, have no further process or check on them. So it's intended to be a very limited delegation with very bounded authority on that particular issue. If the parties feel that this procedure is not consistent with state law, I think what we should think about doing is providing a very quick opportunity for folks to put their legal arguments in writing so that we can fully understand if this is indeed the way council wishes to go, whether there are legal risks that we have not appreciated. On the issue of the timing, I would like to make a comment on that as well. The motion that's drafted before you is silent as to the council's view of when the park owner's closure application would be accepted. It's my belief, based on my initial reading of state law, that the council could have discretion to either make that final approval decision on, for example, the 4th of May, which is the next date that you have scheduled, or it's my initial understanding that it would be lawful for you to provide that the closure application would be approved at some later point in this limited return of jurisdiction to the hearing officer. If the park owner's attorney believes that in fact is not consistent with state law, I would like to understand more specifically the basis for her belief in that regard, so that the council can be fully apprised before you make a final decision. What's that?
You want to hear that now? You're saying that part?
I would like to hear it now. If we don't fully resolve these issues, we are asking people to make legal arguments based on ideas that they are hearing about, arguably for the first time, pretty late at night. We may want to provide a limited opportunity, which I think they would take even if we didn't provide it, to document their concerns in writing in the next few days.
So
Ms. Nanda?
Molly's, what you're suggesting is that when you come back on May 4th, they will have made legal arguments, and then the council can, be appraised of those and maybe modify something if there was something necessary based on your advice?
Yes, I think that's correct, Councilmember Sharp. And so just to clarify for everybody where we are, the council has a motion and a second, and then it has some additional ideas that it's getting input from the parties on that are not even a part of the motion yet.
Right. I'm prepared to offer an amendment subject to this.
And
Okay.
Molly, you said you wanted to hear some input from Ms. Nanda tonight, I thought you said.
I'd like to understand to the ability she's able to do it, the basis of her concern.
Okay. Could you please speak to that?
Okay. The basis of my concern is that there is an application for conversion, which is either approved or not approved. And I don't understand that either under the mobile home residency law, the government code, or your ordinance, that it allows some kind of quote-unquote conditional approval at some later date. And plus, again, somehow this has gotten lost here, that the idea is that the closer in time that the appraisal is made to the actual purchase of the home by the park owner in the closure process should represent its highest value. So if you have some process that occurs now, or say, let's say, starting in the 15th of May, and we can't proceed with any kind of a closure, then okay, so now we just go through a reappraisal of the homes, and then this new process involving the hearing officer occurs, and it isn't within 6 months of the purchase, because the purchase will not occur until we issue the notice of termination of tenancy.
Just to clarify on that part, the intention is that, one, we seem to be in concurrence that we aren't really hung up on going back and having this additional factor apply to the appraisal that was previously done.
Right, I understand that.
So then we have that the appraiser would come up with this new revision to the scope that we believe captures the intent of the ordinance. We don't believe it is a rewrite of the ordinance. Our intention is that it captures the actual intent of the ordinance, and that the hearing officer would approve that revision to the appraisal factors. So if the appraiser said, I've looked at these factors and it's 15% higher valuations as a result of that, that goes before the hearing officer, and when that's approved, then you have the approval of the closure plan, and then you then have the discretion to go forward with your actual appraisals under this new revision to the scope.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding then, 3 months later, Mr. Beccaria, using the approved scope by the hearing officer, approves a resident's home. Whatever that appraisal is, that's what we're paying, right? That's it. That's the end of the story. That resident does not go back to the hearing officer and say, oh, sorry, my home's worth more.
So I'm speaking to the part I was talking about. There's this, what's in C is a second element that still does need to be sorted out. So that's the second half of the dispute you have, and that's the one that the city attorney wanted to hear more specifically from you. I'll let her speak to it, but what your belief was why that part was not allowed under the state law, right?
Okay.
Is that right, Molly? I'll let you speak.
So, thank you, Councilmember Burt. I think we are asking the parties to respond to something that's gotten fairly complex, and perhaps we don't have a consensus or clarity about what the council is intending. So it might make sense at this point to let them sit down and have you all clarify, because I think what was moved was one trip within a narrow time period to the hearing officer. I'm now hearing Councilmember Burt contemplate two.
Well, let me understand, she's got a second objection to what you already had in C. On this, and I'm trying to see
yes,
whether...
Yes, and I believe I now, listening to her, I understand her concern, which is that they had agreed to an updated appraisal within 6 months of the mobile home park owner, the tenant, leaving. And that, under state law, that can happen 6 months after they post their notice of closure. If the appraisal was done some weeks or months before the posting, then it doesn't meet the standard that the motion states, which is that it be within 6 months.
So I thought she was objecting to this part about any mobile home owner may submit a written objection.
I am also objecting to that, because that is rewriting the ordinance.
Okay, so that was what that's separate from what I was intending to propose as an amendment. But I think it would be good for the two of you to resolve that so that you make a recommendation to us on whether you still believe that should be in our motion.
Councilmember Burt, I think it would be most helpful if you could come up with some language, because we don't know if the council majority supports what you're proposing, so.
I understand that, but even before we get there, Ms. Nanda has said that she has this other concern.
Right, understood.
And which ties into this one.
So I hear multiple concerns from Ms. Nanda and some from Ms. Aziz. So I think once it was helpful, I think, and important to hear from both of the parties at this preliminary stage. But I think Mayor Holman's suggestion is a good one, to distill your thinking down, and the parties will need to have an opportunity to respond before any final decision is made by the council. And we would like to see that response as well so that we can fully advise you.
So, Councilmember Burt, we've had other council members have been waiting, so maybe while they're speaking, you could craft your language. Would that be agreeable?
Yep.
Councilmember Berman, you've been waiting very patiently.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You love the motion. You support it a lot.
So no other additions have been added yet to the motion?
Yet.
Okay, then I'll continue to reserve judgment.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, can I take a whack at this for a second? It seems like we're sort of talking about two different things simultaneously, and maybe if we separated those things a little bit. One is Councilmember Burt's discussion of, maybe we should do the appraisal a little bit differently, right? Or the scope of it a little bit differently. The other is the issue relative to appeals of the value of the appraisal, right? So one of the things that we heard about last night and this evening is one of the concerns about the residents is, geez, they're going to get this appeal and it's just going to be final and there's nothing we can do about it. And so I think the thing that the city attorney was looking at is there some simple way that some process would be there such that a resident could, file something, right? The hearing officer would look at it, make a decision. It would never come back to council and so forth. There's some mechanism for the resident input on the appraisal of their property. And so I think that was the source of the language. And it's independent from the issue of, how the appraisal is done. And the intent is still that on May 5th, right, the park owner could, at their discretion, issue an order that they're going to issue a notice that they're going to close the park in 6 months. And so I think that was where that came from. I wonder if the residents' council has any, or the owners' council has any comments on that. Is there a different way you'd like to see that done? Is that inappropriate? I mean, that's what we're trying to achieve here, is that there's some form of input for the residents, not necessarily to drag this out, change the closure date or anything, but some form of input.
Okay, so I would, again, Margaret Nanda, I would make the comment that I believe, and I have seen many ordinances which do provide for a process for the residents to oppose the appraisal. Your ordinance does not contain that. Mm-hmm. So to add that language now is to amend the ordinance after the process is nearly at conclusion. Mm-hmm. I have no problem with council member, well, I have an underlying problem, but I have less of a problem with the appraiser being instructed and submitting to the hearing officer that he intends to use this scope in his appraisal, and the hearing officer approves it or doesn't approve it.
Okay. I actually have some concerns about that one, but I think can we deal with this one with the resident appeal first and that one second?
Again, I am of the opinion that for you now to insert into the process as an element of, because all you have discretion over is the elements of mitigation assistance. That's not an element of mitigation assistance. You are changing the process and procedure of the ordinance itself. And I do not believe you can amend the ordinance at this stage of the process against my client like that. So that is my position. And
you think that's an unreasonable request?
Yes, I do think it's an unreasonable request, given the ordinance we have been functioning under from the beginning, which is your ordinance, And number two, the fact that we wouldn't even be having this discussion had we not listened to the residents in the beginning at the first public hearing, which was nearly a year ago, and agreed to update their appraisals. Because their complaint then was that, and keep in mind that these appraisals and the methodology have been available to opposing counsel and the Residents Association since the beginning of this process. And so now to talk about things like safety, for example, when that is not itself even addressed in the underlying matter, it exceeds the scope of, I believe, what the mitigation assistance can be. But again, we are looking at mitigation assistance. We are not here to rewrite the ordinance to allow them a process by which they can oppose the appraisal. We agreed to update the appraisal because there was a complaint, and the specific complaint was the appraisals are too old. And that is why you see ordinances require an appraisal within 6 months of the owner's purchase. So now to create a 2-3-step process here, which I'm not even understanding, but which appears to have at least 2 steps, and the opportunity for the residents to appeal the appraisal is to rewrite the ordinance, and that is my problem. And that is not addressing the issue of the sufficiency of the mitigation assistance.
May I make a few comments? First, the Residents Association agrees with C, and we think it's reasonable to have a hearing officer make a final decision. I also would like to turn your attention to page 3. This is section 9.760.030B. And it specifically allows the city to require conditions on approval adopted by the city. It specifically says no notice that the park is being converted or of any proposed new use of the park shall be given, and no signs indicated that the park is being converted or closed until the city has approved the conversion and the park owner has signed and filed a certificate accepting the conditions of approval. This anticipates that you can make conditions on the approval of the park. This is also noted in section 9.76.050 that the City Council can approve conditions on the closure of the park, and the hearing officer could have also done that as well. And if the hearing officer just has that discretion, you absolutely have that discretion. And so we agree with the city attorney on that particular matter. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Filseth, are you?
I'm not sure where we go from here. I think, we're sort of, we're at a point of disagreement with the property owner on whether the condition of an appeal by the residents is we seem to be at a point of disagreement with the property owner on whether some mechanism for appeal of the appraisal value is available to the owners. Right?
So, Councilmember Wilbach.
Okay, so looking at the very end of Craig Labady's findings, the very last paragraph, so on page 22 of his decision, it says, although the City Council could choose to exercise its legislative authority to create a supplemental administrative process for contesting the appraiser's calculations as applied to individual mobile homes, such a process is not constitutionally required. So that seems to say in Labady's decision that we are allowed the discretion to include a process for appeal of appraiser findings for individuals as is described, for example, in Section C of the motion we're considering. So I would like to hear attorneys from both sides address how that very end of Labady's decision does or does not preclude Section C. We're not looking to do things here which will lead to many more appeals in court by either party of what we come up with here. We are looking for ways to accommodate the concerns of both sides as amenably as possible. So again, that's why we're looking, especially for, I'm interested in hearing the applicant's reaction or thoughts about that very end of Labady's decision where it authorizes us, it seems to me, to do section C of our motion. I think that's a crux of the impasse we're at.
Ms. Nanda?
You know, I regret to say that I do not have the full copy of Mr. Labady's decision with me. If you want to give me, they want to give me a copy of the decision. It's 10 minutes to 11, okay? And I am a little bit fatigued. I think I've been speaking more than anybody here tonight, and I think that these are some complex legal issues which I would like a little bit more time than 2 minutes to address, okay? And I think in fairness to the park owner who has been through this process under the city's own process since November of 2012, we should be allowed to do that. We should be allowed to have sufficient time to present what we are saying. But let me go ahead and read it.
Okay. And also, I'll just add, I think if we are going to proceed with the motion as presented or with some possible amendments, I think the city attorney's idea that we do allow some time for both parties to take this into consideration, to work with city attorney, and to provide feedback in writing because it is late this evening and you've been very patient with us through a long evening. I think that's very reasonable and understandable. And I appreciate your patience.
Ms. Aziz, do you have a copy of yes, okay, so you're set to go.
You can talk first then.
Okay, would you like to go first, Ms. Aziz?
Yes, I do want to first say that I agree with Councilmember Wolbach's suggestion of taking some time to have input from both parties. I want to direct your attention to the last page of the hearing officer's decision where he it was both the Residents Association and the park owner's suggestion at that time that the hearing officer retain jurisdiction. He didn't think that he needed to at that point, but he basically gave City Council the parameters to allow City Council to consider or to have him retain jurisdiction. And again, we agree with the recommendation of the city attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Nando. You're ready?
I think that clearly, if you're reading the entire page, you're seeing that he is saying this matter has been adequately addressed by the parties throughout this process. And he is saying, yes, while the council could, he's saying there's really no need, okay? He is saying there is no need. This process has been exhaustively addressed and due process does not require it, okay? That is what he is saying. All right? You can decide what you want. My position is, and my position in any appeal of this matter to a higher court will be that you are, in fact, amending the ordinance by allowing a process for the appraisals to be opposed by the residents, because it is not contained in your ordinance and it could have been. And to allow it at this late date because of an amendment that we did under certain circumstances is not appropriate or legal. That's my position, but I will be prepared to brief it further. However, I will say, and you can keep the May 4th hearing date, but I advised Ms. Stump at the outset of this matter in January when I understood that this hearing was going to be in February, but the Residents Associated needed another 4 months to prepare for this appeal, that I was leaving on a trip this weekend for 2 weeks and would be back just prior to the May 4th hearing. So I have very tight time constraints. I have a hearing in a matter before the Mountain View, et cetera. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to respond under these time constraints. And I think that to proceed without our response is, again, not supported by due process to the owner. So that's all I have to say on that.
I appreciate your comments and your candor.
Councilmember Burt, do you have language that you've crafted to float?
City clerk has it there.
So I looked at Councilmember Sharf. Are you in agreement with this amendment?
So there's two parts of this amendment. The first is the appraisal will revise the scope of community amenities to include those such as safety, school, and other factors. It's a little broader than safety in schools. I think that's a little hard to give other factors.
Yeah, I thought it would be better not to be prescriptive, but to be suggestive. But I'm open.
Okay. So I'm going to be fine with that, but with a clear understanding that I may change my mind depending on what we're supposed to get briefing to the city attorney on these changes before May 5th, before May 4th when she comes forward, at which point, depending on the legal arguments that are made about this, I may or may not change my decision on it. But I wanted to make sure that we get that and that you understand that that's part of this process. The second part of this, the closure plan shall be effective on approval by the hearing officer of the modified appraisal scope. Now, I guess I need to understand one thing. If there had been no appeal, right, would the closure notice have been able to be issued the day after that, no appeal? If they hadn't have appealed it under the hearing officer's decision?
Yes, the park owner accepted the hearing officer's decision. If it had not been appealed, the owner would have been able to post the notice, is my understanding.
So I guess I really don't understand why where would we have the authority to put this out even further? I mean, I think it's really important to have a fair process here. And I'm concerned that it's not a fair process, because I guess I need to ask from Councilmember Burt, why the modified appraisal scope? If they were going to do appraisals anyway, and they were going to update those appraisals, and all we're doing here is saying, yeah, when you update those appraisals, add an X factor of, add a factor of X if it's warranted. Why should we then say also, how is that fair to then say, but you can't close the park? I just don't get it. I don't see that.
Well, the hearing officer is the one who acts as essentially the arbiter on the process. And so if that way of doing the appraisals, if it approved the appraisal method and scope through the entire hearing previously, and that's being modified, it doesn't mean that the hearing officer, as my understanding, maybe the city attorney can speak to this, doesn't mean that it has to be a whole nother public hearing, just that the hearing officer would approve this change as he approved everything else that was here. Maybe the city attorney can comment on that.
So certainly the draft motion provided a very, very limited additional process before the hearing officer. The paragraph C indicated short timeframes for written submissions only, no hearing, no in-person hearing. I guess I would ask Councilmember Burt, it looks like what's intended is that there be some description of a revised appraisal process before the appraisals are actually done that come before the hearing officer. So I'm not an appraiser, and I think that Mr. Baccaria indicated he needed to think about this assignment and how he might comply with that instruction. I frankly don't know if that's how that work is done.
Well, we're going to have the May 4th hearing, and I guess we have a few things that will come back to us at that time.
So, Councilmember Sharf, can I suggest, and Councilmember Burt, can I suggest, and then I need to get to Councilmember Niss, that we break this into two. We have F that ends with factors, and we have G that starts the closure plan, because it sounds like there is some struggle with accepting that. So, Councilmember Sharf, do you accept F and G?
And let me just confirm that, Councilmember Sharf had said, if he was going to accept it, it would be contingent upon that when on May 4th, we would be making final decisions on all these. I think that applies to all of us on these various changes. So we're giving direction tonight But if we came back and had either our city attorney or in response to compelling arguments from either or both sides, said, gee, for whatever reason, we don't think this is something we're directing tonight as legal, then we would reconsider it at that time on the 4th.
Madam Mayor, may
Yes.
I be heard? So I did hear, and I have to endorse what Ms. Nanda said. She has had a pre-existing trip that takes her away, and I heard her indicate that there's a lot of complexity here, and it's not a reasonable time frame for her to respond on the substance. So what I would suggest is that you give me an opportunity to work with the parties if an alternative date can be agreed upon, of course, within a, we're not looking to drag this out, but to provide a reasonable opportunity.
So, Councilmember Shar, if I return to you, are F and G agreeable to you? Microphone.
F is acceptable, G is not.
Okay, so we need a second to G. Do we have that?
Let me just make a quick comment on the other factors. And Councilmember Sharf, are you comfortable with the other factors being included in?
Say that again?
This could either say to include those such as safety in schools, or it can say safety, schools, and other factors.
So
The other factors is somewhat vague, and I don't know what that would mean. We mostly have discussed safety in schools tonight. Let's take out and other factors.
Okay.
Just
Leave it
no
at
more
safety.
muddying that one.
Let me just ask City Attorney, do you have any opinion on whether it's better to have a broader, more open-ended direction or not?
Well, again, appraising is a profession that has standards associated with it, and you got a preliminary response from the appraiser that he was thinking about a way that this assignment might be met, but I do think you need a more developed response from him as to whether he can do that within the professional standards.
At this time, the only thing we're discussing is whether to include this broader thing of and other factors or not, and I'm asking whether you have any opinion on whether that's better to include or not.
So I'm concerned that might not provide him with guidance over what you're looking for in a revised process.
Might not, if we include the other factors, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So then
Councilmember
I'm
Burt,
fine
I think you
omitting.
have agreement by the maker and seconder to accept it as it is here.
Or just
Safety and
so
schools.
now that I've heard from the city attorney, I'm saying that I'm agreeing with omitting the and other factors.
Okay. Now, we have an amendment here that we need a second to, which is the closure plan shall be.
Yeah, Corey's making the point that now with omitting the others, such as may be redundant or kind of contradictory to it. Just listing the two, should we just?
Say that again, please.
That such as is no longer relevant.
Right, that's correct, such as is no
Yeah.
longer relevant.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. So then we have this amendment. The closure plan shall be effective upon approval by the hearing officer of the modified appraisal scope. We need a second to that amendment.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Du Bois seconds. I'm supposing you don't need to speak to this any further, Councilmember Burt.
Correct. I just think it would be consistent with our process to allow the hearing officer to have the final approval of this.
Councilmember Du Bois, do you need to speak to your second?
I find that argument compelling, and I don't see that it should take that much time.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, let's vote on the board.
Can I, sorry.
Oh, Councilmember Berman, you do have your light on now.
So what, if this is, and I guess this might be a question for the city attorney, but if this is not approved, then when will the closure plan be considered effective? I'm trying to understand the alternatives here.
So again, just a framing comment, and so that everyone in the audience also understands. What you're doing is indicating a preliminary direction that we are going to codify and we're going to hear feedback from the parties on. So this is not a final decision of the council or direction on these items tonight. It's definition so that people can respond. So to answer your question, the initial draft was not specific, but I think the most straightforward assumption, which you could clarify, would be that when you take action to adopt a final decision, even though you're specifying additional actions be done, that action is the approval that we would write, that approves the closure application. And then they would have the ability to post the closure notice at that point.
And that would be whenever this comes back to us in May at some point.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have 3 other lights on this. I remind council members that it is a bit after 11. I don't know if there are other amendments or not, but I have 3 other lights. Are those lights to speak to this amendment? I have Vice Mayor Schmidt, Councilmember Filseth, and Councilmember Wobach. Are they to speak to this amendment, or can we vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Actually, I have comments on both F and G. Or F and G. So I'll speak.
Well, your comments on F will come later. What's before us right now is the amendment that's on the floor. So if you have, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Schmidt, did you have comments on the amendment? Okay.
I'd just like to make sure we understand what we're getting into. We've talked about the legal complexities, but I think there's some economic complexities as well. I'm in favor of trying to get some capture some of the value of Palo Alto property, especially schools and safety. I was very encouraged by Mr. Beccaria coming forth and saying, oh, that could be done by...
Vice Mayor Schmidt, please keep your comments to the amendment, not to F at this point. You were mentioning schools, so I thought you were going to F. Did I misunderstand?
Well,
I'm trying to move us along.
Yeah, it's concerned with the timing, which is
okay.
the amendment. So it's trying to capture some of the value of Palo Alto property, and Mr. Beccaria suggested a way of doing that was to compare current pricing of homes, single-family homes or some home value against neighboring communities, and using that as an adjustment factor, which would capture a whole slew of differences. Now, we have 2 data sources in front of us, one from Attorney Exhibit A, which has been prepared, and it says that if you look at single 1-bedroom rentals, the difference is 8%. If you look at 2-bedroom rentals, the difference is 16%. So you're talking about an adjustment factor between 10 and 15. But if you look at Mr. Brabant's numbers in his appendix, the difference between Palo Alto and its neighbors is 100%. Now, that would indicate that it's not coming up with an answer is not simple, straightforward, and likely to have some engagement. So I just want to make sure that we are clear enough tonight in how we achieve the goals of reaching a closure plan. Does the city attorney have some comment on that?
I don't. I need you to perhaps restate, or can another council member, can Mayor Holman perhaps help me?
Do you want to restate that direction?
We have 2 data sources in front of us. One, Exhibit A, says the difference we're talking about might be between 8 and 15%. And then we have a trends presented by Mr. Brayback said the difference might be 100%. Now, come back on May 4th with a numbers or a selection process that gets you to one of those numbers. It's important we arrive at something that is workable.
So, okay, thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. So, Vice Mayor Schmidt, as I understand the proposal, it is to ask that the supplemental appraisals, the updated appraisals that the parties have already agreed to, that there be a change in the methodology, that Mr. Beccaria will, at the council's direction, propose what that methodology should be, and that that proposal will not come to the council, that you will give direction and that proposal will go to the hearing officer. That's my understanding of the motion.
Proposal will not come to the council.
Yes, this motion provides for the this, other than finalizing this decision, additional matters will not come back to this council.
So Mr. Beccaria and the hearing officer
That's correct.
will go through the process during the appraisal.
In advance of actually executing the appraisals is my understanding of what the
right.
motion. Yes.
So I have 3 more lights to the amendment. I have Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Wolbach, and Councilmember Du Bois. Do you really have comments to the amendment? Understanding this is all going to come back to us after input from the attorneys. So, Councilmember Philseth.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'll try to be brief, but I want to make sure I understand this. So, if the amendment passes, then the appraisal methodology needs to go to the hearing officer for approval. Right? Is that right? If the amendment does not pass, then what happens? Then Mr. Beccaria decides himself on the appraisal method?
No.
Mr. City Attorney.
Well, that's not how I understand it. So I understand it that basically it goes to the hearing officer anyway. It's a question of when is the closure plan effective or not. That's the difference. Am I misunderstanding that? I mean, my understanding is that the way we've written this is it goes to the hearing officer anyway.
Well, there's some detail to be worked out here.
And the question is when is the closure plan effective? And my sole point, the reason why I didn't accept it, was they were already agreed to do updated appraisals, and I didn't see why their closure plan should be delayed because they're doing updated appraisals anyway. Right. That was the only reason I opposed it. I expected to go to the hearing officer to approval of Mr. Beccaria's plan. Now, so that's my understanding of what, is that what your understanding was or not?
No. With F alone, there would be no approval of the methodology. It would simply be, when the final appraisal happens, it would be with the new methodology, and it would only be determined by the appraiser without any approval process by the hearing officer.
So in my opinion, I think F should be very, very suggestive as opposed to a directive, because, we may have a little bit of fish and fowl here. I mean, the amenities, first of all, the argument I heard from Mr. Beccaria earlier this evening is, look, the appraisal actually does take into account all the factors, that relate to the community. The amenities discussion in the ordinance is not part of the appraisal discussion. It's part of the definition of comparable mobile home parks and stuff like that, right? And so I worry that we're a little bit fish or fowl. I'm concerned about us directing too much how an appraisal is done. I don't feel comfortable directing how an appraisal is done and so forth. I'm happy to suggest to Mr. Beccaria that, the appraisal should take into account everything, right? But I'm leery of sort of putting a lot of restrictions on that, right? Okay, so my preference would be it's very, very suggestive as opposed to it's got to get approved by a variety of parties.
Mayor, is the seconder, could we have, I want to make sure, because I'm seconding Greg's on this, that does it make any difference if it goes back to the hearing officer?
You seconded the main motion, though. Councilmember Du Bois seconded the amendment here.
Yes, but if we're going to talk about whether or not, I could tell Greg was rethinking this, and whether or not that could simplify it.
Well, I'm willing it to go to the hearing officer, but I'm not willing to have the closure plan available then. So I was going to vote against this motion and then come back to F and fix F.
Let's do that.
Councilmember Wolbach, do you have comments on the amendment specifically?
Yes, we'll get to F later, as Councilmember Scharf just said, and I think that I'm very worried that this places an undue burden on the applicant. I'm very worried that this expands the process, that this substantially changes the process, and I will not support this amendment. And we'll deal with that in a minute.
Councilmember Du Bois, you finally get to speak to your second. Apologies on that.
I actually have a comment after we vote on the amendment.
Okay, so let's please vote on the amendment on the board, please. I can't everything. So that amendment fails on a 6-3 vote with council members, Vice Mayor Schmidt, council members Burt and Du Bois voting in favor. So we return now to the main motion. Councilmember Scharf, I thought you had some, you or Councilmember Filseth had some amendments to F.
Actually, I have no idea.
Well, Councilmember Wolbach.
Okay, so I really agree with Councilmember Filseth with his concerns about this. I think that the appraiser in his suggestions offered, I think, a good concept. He wanted to make sure he had a chance to think about it and consult with others before being locked into it. Since this is going to be coming back to us, I think that provides that opportunity for him to do that. I would suggest if we're going to provide any additional guidance or suggestion here, it should be closer to along the lines of what he had suggested, which was not including safety or schools or any specifics, but suggesting, in addition to looking at mobile home park prices for comparisons, to also compare prices of single-family residences in Palo Alto to single-family residences in other communities to see what the premium is for residing within Palo Alto. That would be my suggestion, but it looks like he wants to speak up on that.
Councilmember Du Bois had your light on.
Right. But yeah, I think he wanted
So can we, sorry.
I'm sorry.
The
Did you have a
appraiser wanted to
response?
speak.
He did. Sorry. Yes, please come forward.
Dave Beckery of the appraiser.
Can you just raise the mic?
I'm sorry. I'm Dave Beckery of the appraiser. I'm going to have to study it all, and getting it all done by May 4th probably won't happen. You're asking me to do a very complex analysis. I don't think single family, although I'm going to do that, I don't think that's really pertinent because it's dealing with a different economic group of people. I don't think condos and townhouses is going to work too well either, probably, but I don't know the answer to these questions yet. I think more than likely it's going to be a comparison of apartment prices because you're dealing with the same economic group, or at least closest to it. So that may have the biggest bearing on it. But anyway, with that being said, to have it done by May 4th, you're talking about doing a rent comparability study. Pardon me?
Sorry, I misspoke. I forgot we're now going to apparently have to push it back beyond May 4th.
So, and I also don't think you're looking for a final methodology at that point, but rather an assessment of whether this is a realistic approach for the appraiser to take.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to clarify two things. So I've been looking, under this new proposal to update the appraisals, what is the timing of the actual payments, and does that need to be called out? So, would they get the original payment and be able to move and then get a differential if there was a change?
Ms. Nanda can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that once the closure notice is posted, residents have the ability to move, and if there was an update to the appraisal at some point after that, it's my understanding that would be trued up, but she can
if you could be explicit about that. I didn't see it anywhere, and obviously I don't think people can move until they receive a payment.
Well, actually, I think under our ordinance and state law, people do have the ability to be moving now, should their lives call for that, or they make that personal decision.
I meant practically afford to move until there was a payment.
I see.
The second comment I had to make was the discussion about paragraph C and this new process. If I understood what the owner's attorney was saying, it seemed like we could either go along this way and pass this motion, or we had the choice of approving or not approving the hearing officer's decision. And I guess we could say we disapprove that decision and we want him to consider these factors. So is that really our choice? Because what I understood Ms. Standa to be saying was, if we don't have the scope to add something like C, then we should either approve or disapprove and state conditions for that.
So I did understand Ms. Nana's comments to be along the lines of take it or leave it on the hearing officer's decision. That's not initially how I read our ordinance. I believe that the ordinance allows for the owner's proposed mitigations to be accepted with additional conditions. The hearing officer added some. Most of those were with the owner's agreement. I think other elements perhaps less so. I think the council, in my reading of the ordinance, has the ability to modify those conditions, and so therefore could accept the hearing officer's decision with some additional conditions, provided that they comply with the limitations in state law. If she disagrees with that, I will expect her to explain very clearly in correspondence to us why we're wrong about that.
And if we got into that situation and we decided it was take it or leave it, in the event we voted not to approve this, then do we have the ability then to clarify those conditions? I mean, are we essentially getting to the same place, but requiring an additional step?
Yeah, I think we want to do this in as few steps as possible.
Well, I'm just saying if that's our alternative.
I think the council's proposal is to accept really the vast majority of the elements that are addressed by the hearing officer in the same way that he addresses them, with some modifications. So it makes sense to approve that decision with modifications.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other lights. So I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Schmidt to read the motion. It is a bit long, but I think it's important enough that this be read into the record for anyone listening from home. So Vice Mayor Schmidt, would you read the motion, please, and then we will vote.
Number 1, approve the hearing officer's decision with the following modifications. A, updated appraisals of the on-site fair market value of each mobile home shall be completed within 6 months of the owner's relocation from Buena Vista at the park owner's expense. Updates shall be prepared by Beccaria and Weber according to the methodology utilized in the 2013 reports. If for any mobile home the updated appraisal amount is less than the appraisal calculated in the 2013 reports, the park owner shall pay the higher of the two appraisals, as may be modified by the hearing officer as described below. And B, within 6 months of the mobile home's owner's relocation from Buena Vista, the park owner shall complete an updated market survey of average apartment rents in the city surrounding Palo Alto using the methodology in the RIR. This survey shall be the basis for calculating the 12-month rent differential and startup costs described in the hearing officer's decision. And C, within 30 days of receiving the updates described above, any mobile home owner may submit a written objection, comment, or supplemental data to the hearing officer. The park owner shall have 15 days to rebut any such submissions. The hearing officer shall make a determination regarding the appraisal amount and comparable market survey based on the evidence submitted. The hearing officer shall not award less than the amounts contained in the updated analysis of the park owner, or more than the amounts supported by evidence submitted by the mobile home owners. The hearing officer shall not have jurisdiction to reopen any matter addressed by the council's decision or the September 30th, 2014 hearing officer's decision. The hearing officer shall issue a short written determination within 30 days or as soon as practical thereafter, which shall be final. The hearing officer's determination shall not be appealable to the council. Any appeal shall be to the Superior Court to the extent provided by law. And D, final determination of actual moving costs and additional mitigations for disabled mobile home owners shall be determined by the relocation specialist as set forth in the hearing officer's decision. And E, where a one-bedroom mobile home unit has more than one bedroom because of unpermitted additions, where family is greater than 3 people, the rental compensation will provide for a 2-bedroom rental unit. F, the appraiser will revise the scope of community amenities to include safety and schools. 2, staff shall return to council for adoption of written findings and decision consistent with this motion.
Mayor Holman, may I make 4 technical suggestions? First, if you could scroll up, please, where it says that the appraisal shall follow the methodology utilized in the 2013 reports, it should say, comma, as modified below, because in F you have modified that. Second, I'm going to get my order wrong now because I didn't take notes. David, could you scroll down? We will clarify that the council's decision is final and accepts the closure application on acceptance of the written determination. Could you scroll down a little bit more, David? The previous suggestion made by the council members of permitted and unpermitted got dropped out of the language. Could you add it?
Yeah, right.
And then under number 2, staff shall consult with counsel for both parties and return to council for adoption of written findings. Thank you.
I think those are good additions, and in addition, staff will work with the do we have something else?
Which subletter? C.
David, can we see C? Thank you.
See, it says in the...
Yes, thank you, Grant. So about in the middle of the paragraph, it says the hearing officer shall have, not have. It needs to say shall not have. 2 lines below where you are, 3 lines below. Hearing officer shall not have. Thank you.
In addition, you will work with the owner and residence attorneys to come up with a date. It sounds like it will not be May 4.
As soon thereafter as is agreeable to the parties.
Okay, very good.
And Mr. Beccaria as well. His schedule also needs to be consulted.
Yes. Councilmember Philseth, you have something?
Just briefly, I hope on F, where it says the appraiser will revise the scope of community amenities to include safety in schools. So the words community amenities in the ordinance don't actually appear in the discussion of appraisal. The place they appear in the ordinance is the discussion of what a comparable mobile home park and a comparable housing means. I'd like to hear from the city attorney that the language in here does not modify the definition of comparable mobile home park and comparable housing in the ordinance. Since we had a lot of discussion on this point earlier.
Yes, so I understand your concern, which I share, is to ensure that what is done here is an appraisal,
right,
as that is referred to in the ordinance.
Right.
Mr. Baccaria?
I think Dave Beccaria again speaking. On that item F, I think it could be, if you stated this, because in appraisal methodologies is what's called the scope of work, which is something I had everybody approve at the beginning. And all we have to do, I think, if you're adding that to it, is the appraiser will revise the scope of work to include safety in schools. And then it's directed toward me.
Right. Is that acceptable, Councilmember Burke? Yeah.
Well, is it acceptable, Councilmember Niss? Okay, that is acceptable.
Much better.
I think we are ready to vote on the motion, so let's do just that. And that passes unanimously. And so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for hanging out for as long as you did.